Okay.
Testing, testing, testing. Is my voice a little too loud? I see the meter going up into the red there, and it really should be staying nice at the bright green. However, last stream my microphone was too low. Oh no, now the music's too low. I'm taking myself for too much of a ride. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of the Super Bunny Hop Super Pot of Sad stream. My name is George Weedman, and I am getting work done and making money and having a good time arguing about video games for the first time in a good long while. Things are chugging along quite nicely. I got a good email from one of my lawyers today, so maybe that's why I'm in a little bit happy mood. But also, apparently, I found out that Yahtzee Croshaw mentioned Croshaw, Zero Punctuation, mentioned me on some kind of podcast that they do about my video about Death Stranding's books. Apparently, apparently the co-host liked the video, but as far as Yahtzee's own official opinion goes, you just have to infer it from tone or something. I haven't listened to it. I need to not be thinking about it while doing this because I need to be collecting Duckies and Froggies and enjoying myself for a while. I spent half the day cleaning the kitchen and the other half of the day getting ready on my next video essay for this, Metal Gear Solid 3, Delta, right. If anyone's asking me if I'm working on a video essay for this, the answer is yes. The answer has always been yes. Death Stranding came out first because I started working on the Death Stranding video maybe over 2 months before the game came out, and then Metal Gear Solid 3 came out. The Death Stranding video ballooned in size and complexity and scope as it was going on. It turns out that the Homo Ludens stuff was significantly deeper iceberg than I was expecting. And let's see, I need to pick, I think it's this one, yeah. Yeah, New Game Plus times 3. How in the world have we been playing this run for 10 hours? October 3rd, 2025. Ended off at 11:27 p.m. That sounds right about right. Is the video essay solely focused on frogs and ducks? I don't know. But yeah, exciting things are coming up ahead. I don't know if this means that I'm gonna have to have a George versus Yahtzee cage match, or if it's going to be a George versus Nazi circle jerk. Oopsie, did I say not? I remember there was a parody of Yahtzee Zero Punctuation that was done by what was it, like the Pure Plonage video channel in like early 2000s. Anyways, this pun has been made before. It slipped in from long dormant 20-year-old memories. Right, I don't know if I'm gonna have a George versus Yahtzee cage match or a George plus Yahtzee circle jerk. We will find out when I listen to that later, probably hopefully tomorrow. Because I still have work to do on that video tonight, and I also am gonna be doing something that like requires a bit of thinking in the game here. Let me refresh myself on whether or not I'm in the right place for... Okay, Die Hard. Obtained from a GRU soldier equipped with a radio patrolling Krasnogorje mountain base. I did get... Yeah, Metal Gear Sigint, that's what that was. Okay, Die Hard is, equipped with the radio patrolling Krasnogorje mountain base. And also... Oh, I don't have to worry about the Froggies and Duckies here. So that means I could put away the directional microphone. Good. Books might be useful. Another thing I'm interested in is not game overing and continuing and actually seeing some of these fights play out to some sort of logical conclusion. If combat happens, the AK... Yeah, the AK is gonna be more useful than the M16. I'm tired. The survival knife's gonna be useful here because I think there's a few scorpions on the ground who might screw us up. The tranquilizer is gonna be useful for putting them in our poison animal cages. And some of this poison trash food. Might make for a good distraction item that'll save on magazines, because I'm happy to see that there is a somewhat tough magazine economy. I don't have all the magazines in the world to be spending on my run here, and good lord, this looks good. Yeah, look at this like nice little silhouetting effect going on. I pan the camera at a brighter part of the vista, Snake's model gets slightly lower. Slightly darker. Also worth seeing what's behind me. Out of view of the typical camera angles, unless you go R1. Oh, what's this? What is this? Looks like water made a pathway here coming down the mountain. I wonder if there's some glaciers at the top that melt down into little rivers and cause this very clear erosion pathway looking pattern. Having to be in Japan to get to see you live is something. What do you mean, Cloud? I have not been in Japan in a long while, ever since the American century of humiliation really started to begin around 2019-ish. I have not been out of the country. Ah, nice, a cobra. Okay, let's see. This guy up here. That's our guy with the film reels. And I think I know how to get him off that post. To get these film reels, you gotta get pretty creative with some AI manipulation.
Freeze.
And this is something that I have done with this guard before, albeit not for such a specific purpose, and it looks like I can completely carry this guy off with 70% camo and no one will ever be none the wiser. Let's go ahead and interrogate him while we're here.
Speak. Finish me.
Yeah, okay, sure. No problem, working on it. Let me just slide him off to a fold in the hillscape here. No one will see. While he's unconscious, I'm also going to shake him down for his items. If you're committing to not game overing and playing the... I love the crossbow bolt that's still sticking out from his chest. If you're committed to playing out the combat sections, it is genuinely helpful to shake these guys down for as much supplies as they can offer, because if you get in a fight, you will burn through a lot of these in about 2 minutes flat. It won't feel like it because you'll be pausing and thinking about the strategic moves as you go along, and the grand total of gameplay time will add up to more than 2 minutes of real time executed in the simulation, but this is important. Shaking him down for all the supplies he has to offer is important. M19 or Mark 22? We'll do Mark... No, we'll do M19. I think I'm allowing 1911. I think I'm allowing myself to use the tranquilizer in this run, so I think that means I'm valuing that ammo a little bit cheaper. I woke him up so that I can grab him and put him down on the floor and make him freeze on the floor, because that is a superior takedown method to regular ordinary tranquilizers or CQC knocking to unconscious. I guess from his perspective, I am barely covered under the the ridgeline, but it's really the 90% camo saving me there.
Freeze.
It's Choco Chip, right? Okay, Desert Tiger. But I remember, I don't think you get Desert Tiger without having to jump through some hoops and deal with some bullshit. I always, in the original game, when I don't start new games with such ridiculously overpowered items, I always make sure to grab the Choco Chip camo. That doesn't count as a kill! I've killed 9 people so far. And that ticker is not going up to 10. Alright, so I'm not going after this guy with the rocket launcher until a little later. Oh, there's that scorpion I was thinking of. Oh, that... If that vulture got spooked too fast and did it within the vision cone of that guard there, it could have potentially given me away. As could my stomach. Let's actually go ahead and... we don't have a lot of good options on the menu. Let's hold that thought for a little while. Also, I might want to hold this guy... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, change of plans. I'm crawling over here now. I want to hold him up closer to the cliff. He was a little bit too close to Rocket Launcher Man for comfort. Even though with such high camo, I don't think I got to worry about it. 90%'s really good. Look at this. Okay, the stomach rumbling... I don't like eating poisonous, rotten tarantulas and snakes and giving Snake a stomach ache, but...
Pretty tasty.
But just like in real life, you can eat rotten food and then take medicine to digest it just fine. Okay, so let's see here. I need to approach him when he turns around like that, I think. So let's position myself here. Be a little farther. The 90% camo should do a perfectly fine job of keeping me hidden while doing it. Kalantares. Peace Walker, holding up enemies was the optimal way. Yes, yes. It is the same here, but it requires more extra steps. It's a more complicated move to pull off, but the result is similar. It's not the same. They will get back up and join the fight if you cause a big loud alert phase.
Freeze.
There we go. Now if I get on his front side, we can get items from him. Seems like I'm quite well equipped on this run. An M16 suppressor is always useful. I usually save it for bosses, but it's also good for stealthing with the suppressor support. The AK doesn't give you that. And the books. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Hey, actually, can you be unconscious for a second while I go put a book down underneath Rocket Man? Okay. Did I have the books equipped? I gotta do this fast. I gotta go run over to Rocket Man, plant a book down, whoop, underneath his line of sight, and then go back and get the book that this guy just dropped. I'm gonna look at it. I feel like I'm gonna watch it disappear before my very... Ah! Okay, so yeah, if you distract that guard off his post, he slides down a ridge that he can't get back up with. And with him distracted by the book here and no other guards around, I'm pretty sure I have a clean go at him. I can run up behind him, hold him up, get his film reel, take him down, knock him out, or knock him down, freeze him on the ground, and move on with my day just fine. Yeah. Is it the same here? Bribe Guntail seems to be a little more unforgiving towards the minutiae, but I think I described a similar dynamic by saying that you have a, it's not exactly the same, but a very similar result. That they stay down permanently up until you cause a big loud gunfight. And even then, it's not all gunfights. It's just some kind of gunfight. I haven't quite discerned the difference. It might have to do with whether or not they're in hearing range of the noise you're making, but there is a chance the guard will get back up if you cause some commotions and start making some mistakes. But I don't think I'll be worrying about that. Hope I'm not taking too long on this. I'm trying to get him down off the cliff. There we go! In a minute I'm going to check the menu and see if we still are counting it at 9 kills. Well, ugh, when he got back up I was worried he was done. Okay, now he's done. Yes! That was close. That was pretty close. And I cannot touch him. I have to do this out of view of the other guards, and with as delicate a touch as possible. Got it. Hey. Why we got a caution phase going on? Some guard over that away got spooked, but I'm not seeing them be spooked. I'm just... Oh, no! Did one of the guards I put down earlier get up and, trigger that caution phase? No, it was that guy. It was that guy! The instant noodles don't go bad. Oh, doesn't go bad in the emulated version? Okay, Hannibal, Montana. That means that the system clock is not being emulated properly. Depending on what console you're emulating, you need to make sure that the system clock is set up properly to emulate how much time has passed in real life, because if you're playing on a real console, it would do that automatically, but I guess with the emulator there might be some extra steps involved. I remember encountering that problem when emulating Pokemon Gold and Silver as a kid. Never tried it with Metal Gear. Come on, get back up, get back up. If you give people little lightweight punches, sometimes you can cycle through these animations faster. Yeah, it is a system clock thing.
Freeze.
Here we go! There's goodies in the cave here. Oh, that looks good. Look at that, nice focal point. Fortunately, the vultures will have nothing to eat. Let me double check. 9 people! Yeah, well, I did not kill those 2 guys. They fell off the cliff, and they died from the fall. They did not die from me. They fell off the cliff and died from the fall. How's my poisonous animal cages? I can use 1 more. Do 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 do. Do 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 pew. Boom 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 ba-doom ba-doom boom. Should I bother with these other guys? Nah, let's go to the next area. The next area, I think, is one of the most fun to play by the legacy camera angles. I wonder how much of that will translate over to the new style camera angles. Also, while we're transitioning between these 2 zones, I'm gonna go run and pee. I'm drinking coffee and beer at the same time. Womp ba bum ba bum bum bow. Alright, I'll be back in a couple seconds. They died from the hit on the head they received when they fell after being shot, so I didn't kill them. That's right. I mean, I'm not the judge here. This screen is. I wonder, how the hell did we clock up to 11 hours? I feel like I have not been playing this. Oh good, I blew up the helicopter. Okay, so look at these video game ass rotating material reality. Yeah, this is cute. I think it's cute seeing something like that happen with remarkably realistic graphics. Get out of here. Still too linear and nigh impossible to break out of an alert loop. The crawly holes are how I usually use the alert loops. It's pretty boring waiting in there for the timer to tick all the way down, but that's kind of your punishment for in the first place. Let's see how well I do this time. I'll try... Should I try my usual route? I'll stick to my usual route and improvise if something goes wrong. Like I should. Do 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 do. Oh no, it's so funny when you dip out of this hole and freeze. Look at your moves from a camera angle that shows you coming out of the hole. You get to stay in here with the snake. Yoink. You know, actually, I don't feel good about this. Let me knock him out and take out his radio. And a leg while I'm at it. Why not? I think I need to pick him up from the other angle. Also, does the snake bite him? Yeah, there we go. Okay, no, snake, stop, just put him down. We're good now. Doopy doopy doop doop. Doopy doopy doop doop. Oops. I'm gonna have to wake him up again. It's fine. If he wakes up, it might trigger a caution phase, but hey, there we go. But he won't bring any reinforcements, it'll just play nice music for my sneak. Oh, this is so much better from the legacy angles. I can't see where I'm going. There's guards on top of me. There's this guy, but there's another one who's, like, blocked by the ridge line here. Camera's supposed to peek over this thing for you. Oh, there he is! He's right there! I didn't know he was right on top of me. If I was looking at this from the legacy angle, it would have looked really funny because I'd be sneaking right underneath, literally under that guy's nose. I mean, this does look good, though. I like the lighting effects, but the composition is just, it is just inferior composition. I'm too slow. I'm too slow. But it's fine. Ba-doop boop. A boop 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 boo. Try to hide him in the shadow here. Freeze. Didn't quite get him in the shadow, but we're close enough. I don't think this hovercraft guard actually really comes into play unless you trigger... Oh no. Oh no, if I trigger a caution phase, then he might spot his incapacitated, captured, disabled, what do you want to call that? His cowering friends, and wake them up and get them back into the fight. Oh, I can go now, I can go now. This guy's gonna stay at the bottom of that ridge for a while. What's wrong? Oh no, I didn't hide him enough. Or, oh, wait, there's still a chance, there's still a chance. Cobra. I might shrank him if things get bad. But that'll just be plan B. Oh no, it's the hovercraft guy. He's in play, even though... Did I take out that guy's microphone? No, I didn't. Ah! Yahoo!
We're under fire. Enemy position unknown. Commencing.
We're under fire. Yeah. He's not. He is wrong. He is objectively. Oh. I'm at 90%. Why is this guy shocked? Why is this guy shocked? Okay, bye. See you later. Thank you. Actually, that was helpful. Should I take the high road or the low road? High road. From this camera angle, I constantly have to keep it turning. I have to constantly keep things turning to maintain some degree of spatial awareness. I hope they don't come over here where I need to be. 75, dipping to 75, that's good. Let's keep LB held down. Okay, now get down on the ground. 90, good, good, good. Boom. Alright, we're looking good, we're looking good. Camera still looks good, though it is inferior. Not bad, but it is very slightly worse not having that composition face all the time. We got good composition here, but when I look at like where I need to go, it starts to grade a bit, but still looks good. This looks awesome, though. This frame right here. I think Verge of Apathy, your standards for what counts as thing from that time might be remarkably low, because I don't know if they were ever utilized so much as they were just weird experiments. Is a nice way of describing a transportation. Dun, dun, dun. How come I'm losing so much stamina so fast? Maybe it's the mountain air, the uphill climbs, crawling. I think crawling takes a little walking. There's less guards here than. Let me check around, see if anyone reacts to these men.
Man down. Commence the alert formation.
Oh, they found a snaked guy. Do, 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 do. I can't go down there unless the hovercraft gets out of the way. Also, I don't know if anyone's sneaking up on me. Okay, that's a vulture. I don't know if anyone's sneaking up on me. At this point, I'm afraid to ask. Should I do claymores first or books? Because they will come. We'll do claymores, not books. I don't think they get distracted by books if alert phase is turned on. I might start tranquilizing hovercraft guys. Uh-oh, frame drops. Do 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 do. Boom. Boom. No. No, no, no. Oop. Gotta aim high. Or... Oof. Okay, Claymore just got some. I put down 3, right? Oh no. No, no, no. I think one of those tranquilizer rounds did land on his butt. Do 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 do. Boom. one more guy. Food shack is pretty important for this area. Going to be sneaking past a lot of guards ahead, and you got to do it up the hill, then down the hill. Taking out the food storage now means that they will be at a disadvantage both times. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Banana.
Delicious.
I've seen a practical use for them when you gotta battle the helicopter. Like when you need to make your way up to Eva's hideout and you accidentally triggered an alert phase and her hideout's gonna be locked out until the timer's gone. It's a more superior way to fight the helicopter for sure than the RPGs, which I've also tried. Why am I here? Because I wanted to cure a stomach ache. Oh my god! A rotten hornet's nest doesn't give Snake a tummy ache. That's good to know. I don't know why they even bother labeling it as rotten. I love the, like, Valley Girl talking hardcore gamer lingo is, like, my favorite new bit. Bum, 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 bum. Oh no, we have duckies! I almost forgot. Yeah, because the next Secret Theater tape is the next zone ahead. Krasnogorje, flamethrower, mountain base, top. This is Krasnogorje mountain side. Okay, we do have to hunt the ducky. Damn. That means I gotta take out more guards. Gotta take out more guards! Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. Let me think about taking out more guards later, not now. Doo-doo. Ba-na-na. Okay. Every 10 seconds, the ducky's gonna quack. From the directional microphone, I think you can hear it from the whole stage. But if you want to hear it with your naked ears, you really gotta shut up and concentrate and get immersed. And music can even. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna go check to make sure that Eddie's right, because I just heard some weird ghastly noises from the apartment. I think it's an air. Alright, no, everything's fine? Question mark? Neighbor is coughing loud and profusely. Eddie is not. I'm done.
Unable to locate the problem.
Understood. Return to your position.
Oh. Up to. This camo is so overpowering here. Maybe I should go ahead and take that guard out for doing more duck hunting, because effective duck hunting really does require a significantly more clear environment.
Freeze.
If anyone in the audience hears a ducky quacking,
No, wait.
let me know, because I might miss it with how faint the audio might be. Very grateful I installed the FOV grease mod.
Freeze. Freeze.
I think he should be hidden by the ridgeline if any guards come up the hill. But I need to go ducky hunting. And this one might be tough. Look at just how much open space there is here. There's no way they would have put the ducky on the distant mountains. That would be too mean. But to be fair, I've seen some really mean ducky placements. Don't give me hints, Token. I wanna learn the tricks. I wanna learn the ducky's tricks. Ducky thinks they're clever, but I know their tricks. Oh, okay. Damn. Sense of direction established. Wah! Did you catch a Suchinko? I'm not worrying about it. I gotta make sure to hide this guy behind a rock when I take him out. Freeze. A friend right next to him. I wonder why the friend's using a sidearm. I don't remember. Run around with that guy. Oh my gosh, there's more guys here than I thought.
Freeze.
What's going on up there? Oh my god, the vulture's eating that guy. Oh, it's the Claymore guy. I did kill someone. Ah, we're at 10 people now. I think I see it. Gotcha. Gotcha this time. Carefully turn around with a 3-point turn, and let's go. So the next area... I gotta remember to blow this up on my way there. The next area... I could do a lot of crawling. There's gonna be a flamethrower guy after the Eva cutscene. I might need to go to the bathroom for another quick piss. We transition areas. It's over, run failed. I don't know, like, what is the bonus for this stuff? I never really cared that much for the Chichinko unless when I was knocking off the Steam achievements for, the Master Collection version, but I don't know if that's worth it. I should have thrown Shaft before doing that.
Please respond.
The little crawl was timed up to the music, it was cute. Alright, I'm gonna go pee, I'll be right back. Neighbors screaming and arguing. All Karotan is stealth camo. Keeping alive Suchinko to the end of the game was infinite ammo / suppressor face camo. But see, why would that be practically different, pragmatically, functionally different? Why would that be functionally different than the Desert Tiger camo that gives you infinite suppressor, or the Patriot, which is a assault rifle with infinite ammo? Not really that functionally different from either the AK or M16. I don't even know how it performs against bosses because that feels so ridiculously cheap. Like, I don't even think you need to reload that thing. Why would you bother? All Karotan is stealth camo. It's not that difficult to find a camo that gets you to, as we just saw, 90% is good enough. Actually, that's not quite true. The stealth camo is very fun to play around with. Quite different. 5%. Like, punch guards right up to their face. Very confusing. Doesn't happen. 99. Anyways, yeah, I'll worry about it for later. I'm not worried about it right now. There's a Ducky somewhere around here. Microphone not pick up the helicopter? Helicopters are infamous loud. Desert Tiger doesn't affect Foxhound rank because it isn't a special item. I have never felt the temptation to use those special items. I have been so remarkably untempted to use them that I kind of sort of like question their purpose in the grand game design scheme of things. They seem surprisingly useless. Oopsie whoopsie. Whoever felt there was a lack of hiding spaces in the last area should certainly like this area, because I feel like this one always has an escape hole. Hang on a second. Okay, if I... Okay, we're getting hard confirmation on how when you go into first-person mode, Snake really, like, turns into the camera. His legs disappear. Oh! There's still not an easy way to, Uh-oh! Doo-doo. This is gonna be real funny. Ooh, ah. Calf. Might be good to throw, actually. Why is it not throwing?
Patrol here. No problem.
What the hell is happening with this? Bruh.
Understood. Resume your patrol.
God.
Freeze.
Oh! Never mind. It turned out to be funny anyway. Okay. Now it's gonna be kind of tricky. Oh! No!
Freeze.
Okay. Okay, I need to think about what I'm doing before I do it. Here. Ugh, my left trigger's all sticky.
Freeze. Freeze.
Hey! Okay. I'm sorry, I had the wrong pistol equipped, but I had to do it. He was about to get away, he was gonna try something. This guy on the other hand... Oh, I can glide him!
Freeze.
I have a plan, I have a plan, I have a plan. I think my plan is gonna work, but it was nice while it lasted. So that guy's gonna be coming down here. Yes, now I have a... Why am I being so homicidal with this run? I usually don't do this. I swear, officer. Do 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 boom 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 boom. Oh! I didn't even know. Oh, was that a vulture?
HQ respond.
Damn.
Patrol here.
Was it a rat?
Fire. Enemy's position is unknown.
Rat! That was rat meat I just picked up. Boom. Okay, you know what? Since the caution is going off anyway, I might as well do it just in case someone's standing there. Sounds like no one was standing there. Just praising the sun. What is this? The weapons house. Ammo's full. Use, let's... I'm gonna need a Ducky hunt here. And a film reel hunt. We load in a cutscene. After the Eva cutscene. Dun 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 dun. Training wheels are off. Big boss is taken over. Yeah, but yo, go back in the hole! Yeah! Wouldn't the canonical big boss be like ridiculously non-lethal in this? I feel like it's canon that Snake holds people up and tranquilizes them, or distracts them off their post than actually killing. In Metal Gear Solid 1, they describe him as the ultimate soldier. In Peace Walker, they describe him as like some weird soldier peacenik hybrid guy, and it's really, Peace Walker is really big on the hold-ups. Someone was mentioning it earlier. Peace Walker wants you holding people up all the time. Dun 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 dun. Oh. Oh. Boom, boom. Oh, I could have crawled in here. Could have taken the high road. Yeah, that'll get him off me. He just caught a glimpse of me, but then realized he had more important problems over that way. I still haven't heard any duckies. Let me give a duckies. 80%. That sounds like the same Hannibal, Montana. That sounds like the same problem with Metal Gear Solid 5. Walker's biggest design issue is that they give you a ton of lethal guns, but loot discourages you from them. I felt like that was a common complaint about Metal Gear Solid 4's gameplay loop for the longest time, until the fan base just kind of collectively gave up and decided that you are supposed to kill your way through Metal Gear Solid 4. Ba-dum, boom. Ba-dum, boom. Also, who mentioned the anti-air guns earlier? Have you ever seen someone use them stealthily? Because I'll give it a shot. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so when the helicopter makes its next run and I'm on its backside, I'm gonna leap in the AA turret and try to shoot it down as fast as possible when it's not looking at me. Hey! What are you? Dude. Get scorpioned. Wow. Okay, we'll do the helicopter in a minute. This is a higher priority right now. Lunta, rum bum, bum bum, ooh doo doo doo, bow 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 bow. Oh my god! I gotta check the donation message. What do we got? $5. You can read this out loud if you want to, but I just want to say, you're pretty good, George. Thanks, Cameron Bryce. Dun 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 dun. Come on, go down. You got Scorpion. There we go. Oh, he's going. Did I just incapacitate every single person in this area? Was the helicopter jiggling a bit on its way in here? That didn't work. So I guess stealth attacking the helicopter... Oh, shit. With the AA turret requires quite a bit more lead time than I was able to give it. Hey. Hey. Ow. Alright, I guess I gotta find another turret now and equip Soviet life medicine. Ow. I didn't know there would be a second helicopter coming in that fast. Shouldn't this guy be stunned? I stun grenaded him. Boom, boom, boom. Serpentine, serpentine! Uh-oh, uh-oh. Jeez, there's a lead time on these, this flat cannon. Not like Battlefield. Dun, dun. Oh my god, is that another helicopter I hear? Yes, yes it is. Okay, should I just try to RPG them at this point? Alright, new strategy. We're not game overing, we are committing to this nonsense that I am doing. I want to hunt these duckies in peace and quiet, and I could have had that if I just... decided not to do the stealth attack with an anti-aircraft turret maneuver. Does that guy just drop off soldiers? Gee, I gotta lead, aim ahead. The turret's back! The same helicopter? How many of these are they gonna send after me? I blew them up at the airbase, I swear. Oh! Nope. Slap. You know, it's really a good idea to like move around while shooting people. I guess my helicopter problem has been taken care of, judging by the music. Alert phase went down very quickly, but I very quickly got thrown into an invasion phase, which I guess means these guys don't know exactly where I am, but I have a general idea. So let's equip Cobra. Tranquilizer again. Smokes. Out of stuns. Alright. Hey, didn't I forget to blow something up? No, I did remember. I used it as a distraction once to make it past a guard to get to the turret that ended up not killing the helicopter as fast as I expected to. I want that guy's supplies. Wait, no, it's a bad idea. He's being covered by this guy. Boom, boom. Boom. Oh my god, he heard my stomach rumbling.
That's
Alright.
damn good.
There's a lot of chat messages I gotta I gotta catch up with at some point. But now is not the time. I'm having fun. I'm blowing people up, and that's always good, clean fun, right, kiddos? Let's crawl across this gap before he climbs across it. Dun dun.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Oh! I forgot how hungry everyone is! I do not need magazines. I have perfectly fine substitutes. Oh wait, that's for me. Hornets. I just learned that they don't actually really go bad, even if they look like it.
We've lost the enemy. Enter high alert.
Acknowledged. The enemy is
Hey! Whoa. Where'd my Cobra go? There's a Cobra in your pocket when you need one. I am breaking all my rules for this run. It's fine. This guy down here should have a stomach ache. Doom, doom, doom. Got more on the way, and that is to be expected. Wait, no, he's going the wrong way. I'm hoping one more guard comes up the path here. I got a nice fat surprise for it. Da-na-na. AK-47 ammo full. I'm tempted to fire off a couple mags worth, but got a good thing going right now. Cleared out a lot of soldiers, exhausted their reinforcement, all so that I can hunt for the Ducky in relative peace and quiet, and that relative is being spelled with a huge capital R and Arial black font lettering. Bum ba bum ba bum. Doo 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 doo. Don't do it, George. Don't do it. Don't ruin the good thing I got going. It should have been microphone. Yeah, let me get the microphone higher up on my. Do. I'll catch up with Twitch chat over the sexy Eva cutscene coming up. Really one of the best cutscenes of interesting character. I think I heard footsteps where. Gaga! Gaga! Alright, I'm starting to squint in the camo pattern, rubble. Oh. Okay.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. Unable to determine the problem.
Understood. Resume your patrol.
Oh, I see it, I see it. I always see it as soon as I realize that I've been looking right at it for a while. Wait, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Hey, you guys see the Ducky in this picture? Because it took me a while to see it, but got it. Yeah, how many of you guys saw that? Like, were you looking at the screen and screaming at me at the Ducky clearly in my sights? Or can I get some supplies? Because I did burn through a lot of life. I don't think ammo though. I burned through grenades. That's what I burned through. Yeah. See if I can. Grenades was. He's so hungry. Feed him a rotten, poisonous tree frog. Someday you'll feed on a rotten frog. Look at this. It's gonna fall right in front of his face. A gift from the heavens. Enjoy, my child. Alright, I guess while I'm searching around for any grenade ammo I missed, I can catch up on chat a bit. Oh my god! Of all the grenades that I could have possibly asked for, only gonna give me the wrong kind. Camera angle is really killing the difficulty of this area. Pulling these moves off from the previous camera angles, or like getting good visibility on whether or not it's safe to proceed, is like a mini game that you do as you play through this area, and it's not actually that hard. I have a friend of mine who is a non-gamer and really didn't start playing hardcore gamers games until maybe about a year and a half ago. We were going through the Metal Gear Solid trilogy, and he ghosted through here super clean on his first time through, and this is a guy who had to get used to like X is select and O is cancel and menus. Like really basic video game language is something that you don't actually need to know to be able to successfully sneak in Metal Gear Solid 3 despite its infamous controls, because if you're open-minded enough and maybe actually don't have that language and the preconceptions in your brain, it's an intuitive part of the challenge the game seems to be asking of you. Alright, let's see what I missed on Twitch chat. Oh, Storyteller got... Hello! When's the Eddie cam? He's sleeping in his bed right now, and I didn't want to bother him up too much. Don't mind these two guys. Okay. I found the part where I missed off. Where I left off.
Look like you could use some rest.
I'll be fine. It's just that playing these two roles hasn't left me much time to sleep.
The max rank in MGS 1, 2, and 3 are Big Boss. I thought it was Fox and Metal Gear Solid 3. The yellow face paint is real cute in this one. They give you a ton of lethal guns, mainly used against the bosses, which are robots. Yeah, it's a the arrow's still poking out of his chest. Mainly used against the boss. That's kind of how the guns work, right? In Metal Gear Solid 3, the I never really use that ammo unless it's on bosses, and even then, some of the bosses are they're talking about scars, battle scars. And she said, "Can I see?" And Snake said, "No," and then walked away with this giant arrow poking out of his chest. Oh, I wonder what happens if you do this cutscene with the naked camo when he has his shirt off in this cutscene. Did they change the line or something for that? Cannon Big Boss has turned into the child soldiers.
The colonel is gathering his troops together to meet them.
I'm laughing at Cal and Terrace here. Cannon Big Boss turned into the child soldiers for everyone man by 1999, so at some point he stops caring about being non-lethal. Wait, but maybe he's training the child soldiers on how to tranquilize and hold up all their enemies. I love this arrow poking out of his chest. I don't know what I did to make this happen. I haven't even thought about it. This is some glitch that carried over into the updated version of the game, and I accidentally confirmed that it still exists in the remake. I don't know if I want to know what's going on either. If it ever goes away, I want to like subconsciously forget about it. Yeah, whenever I see it, I laugh. It's like a surprise.
Where exactly in Groznygrad Sokolov is located?
He's in the heart
Mainly
of the
it's
fortress.
LMG spam.
The weapons
They're largely too weak for the vehicles and mech bosses, so they're mostly used for the target practice extra ops. Rockets and for it made more sense. Peace Walker's biggest design issue is unengaging boss battles. Don't remind me. I still like... I only played through Peace Walker once, and I still have some... like musical voice lines that that those stupid annoying bosses do. So I feel like one of the reasons I need to give Peace Walker another shot on a portable platform with multiplayer support, correct me if I'm wrong, is that those bosses feel like they were designed for co-op play. I felt like there was something really unintuitive about how you're supposed to refill your rocket launcher again and again and again with like an airdrop of 7 new rockets, maybe 8 times per boss battle. Like, it took me forever to discover and acknowledge and accept that that was the actual strategy that you're supposed to do.
You look similar from behind. They won't know the difference.
Would this be one of the things that break people up of being held on the ground? Yeah, I think so.
He should be somewhere in
The helicopter is on a weird train track during patrol. I remember in HD collection it would jingle when idling. You mean jiggle. Sometimes I curse you, bro, because since your Hunt Showdown video released, I just can't stop playing this game, all because of thanks to you. I'm sorry, OR Sheriff. Hunt Showdown really ruined my life. It was like... It does feel like... If you grew up playing and enjoying stealth games and tactical shooters on the console and the PC, respectively, it feels like the logical conclusion of that style of game design. Like a hardcore gamer's game about pie slicing, stealth, hidden ambush tactics, and
That's okay.
where a lot of the conventions of high quality AAA stealth action-based AAA gaming will apply, but in a multiplayer environment where it's unpredictable every time, and with the more like AA layer of jank that just kind of gives it the kind of personality and charm and atmosphere that I think we really need more of over AAA polish these days. Yeah, Omar Sharif.
There's something I wanted to ask you.
I don't know if I want to say it explicitly on stream, but if you follow the links on my YouTube page, you might find my Steam profile. Maybe I should actually DM you. And we might be able to hunt Showdown together sometime. I don't even know if I should have said that, because I genuinely find the game more fun solo. This is wonderful, with the arrow sticking out of his chest and this dramatic actor delivery. He looked off towards the audience a bit and then said something that he would not have said in real life in this conversation, with the giant, oh no, now it's clipping through his acting partner here.
And you think you can kill her?
All Froggies and Ducky. Not sure what the cause is, but every time there's an explosion, the stream uses a ton of frames. Oh, it's not just the stream, it's me too. And you correctly identified the cause accidentally. It's the explosions, frame drips, and explosions and gunfights and stuff. Doesn't happen all the time. I don't know what does it. If you restart your computer, it tends to fix it. It's been a while since I restarted my computer.
I've never been interested in other people's lives.
The arrow represents the obvious sexual tension.
She was different.
Was it something with mummy camo? Oh, is that it? Like if you get all burnt and shot up and banged up with mummy camo, does some of the residue carry over? Okay, so that means that when you fight the Fia, you should wear mummy camo for the whole fight, so that when you put your shirt back on, it stays. Got an arrow in your chest? You're just happy to see me. Oh god, Penta Penguin is just reminding me of why I don't like Peace Walker. I've never spent that much time in a game ever. Oh my gosh, Omar Sheriff. When did you start? It was a grind for items. I would be honored to go through the horrors of the bayou with you. Alright, let's see if the cutscene plays while I alt-tab. Nope! We're paused. Okay. Omar, follow, whisper. I'm gonna whisper you my Steam name. And send a friend request. I will not be able to accept it for quite a few hours minimum. It might even be a day or two. I apologize. I have a very busy, hectic life right now. But yeah, a team play with you might be worth a shot, but I also want to apologize ahead of time. It truly is the solo mode that I enjoy in that game. And I tend to
Around, Snake. Take care of yourself.
What about you?
tend to feel really bad if I end up getting thrown into a bad position because the teammate makes a mistake. But then again, like, that's part of the dynamics. You're supposed to learn how to roll with those punches, and
You could have gotten this
if your teammate makes a mistake and you really are like totally immersed and in the zone and have mastery over the game, that can be good because that means all of a sudden they made great bait. The enemies are going to want to burn it, and tossing the Molotov or shooting the flare gun is a moment of vulnerability that can then give you a leg up over them. So yeah, adaptation is a thing to be weighing in mind. I might want to restart my computer because of the frame drops going on here. I think the stream will stay live for about 2 minutes, right? Yeah, it's tolerable. No, it's gonna get worse. And it will ruin the first, like, 30 seconds of cutscenes. I think I've seen it go as high as, like, maybe 4 seconds, and that's tolerable, but I don't want the next cutscene to get ruined by 30 seconds of frame drops. Ugh, it looks like blood with the colors on. Like, reflecting all the dusty beige in the environment. Yeah, is that actually blood? I thought it was pee.
Colonel. Did he talk?
With the legacy filter on, I don't remember questioning that the last time I saw this cutscene.
Get it out of him.
Stream is like a PowerPoint presentation. It should be fine. I'm seeing it fine. It was like a PowerPoint. Okay, that's a hyperbole, but it was dropping frames at the beginning of the cutscene for maybe 2 to 4 seconds. I barely noticed, but I did see it happen.
Informed of his location.
But does this mean Grannon was the spy?
Perhaps he was being used by someone else.
Perhaps. This man was our comrade.
Comrade or not, he's of no use to us now.
I don't approve of your methods.
I don't need your approval. I'm in command here.
And that nuclear shell?
Still feeling sore about that, are you? What are you gonna do? Report it to the authorities?
Oh wow, you guys got 20 seconds?
The Cold War, fought with information and espionage.
On my end, it cleared up as soon as Snake and Eva ran to the cliff's edge. And when the camera pulled up to show Groznygrad, it smoothed out. And that was about 4 seconds or so, I think.
Your feelings are a menace to the unity of our organization. Someone is guiding the enemy's hand. A single man can only...
I'll restart the computer after the cutscene. It'll just take 1 minute, and then I think it'll take another minute to get the stream back up and running.
You think it was the American?
Please don't go anywhere, sit tight. I'm clinging on to these 28 viewers as desperately as I can.
Who?
I'd be careful about suspecting your own men.
Boss.
Where have you...
What is... That's a question I'm curious about. Like, what is Tanya doing? Tatiana doing? How did she show up on that helicopter in the beginning of the game? Why do her and Sokolov seem like they know each other?
CIA dog.
I feel like there's a lot going on that we're not seeing,
Cobras be beaten.
And that's cool and a good thing.
He's good.
Can the gun nuts in the chat room please tell me how Ocelot isn't hitting the trigger when he does this stuff?
I'll take care of him.
What is he after? It must be more.
I still think Ocelot looks weird. Did he ever look normal?
To destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance.
Oh, that looked neat.
Philosopher's legacy.
Huh? Impossible. The legacy, it...
Then they're out to kill me as well. Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it.
The horse looks weirder at these graphics than with these graphics than Ocelot
I'm gonna
does.
get the Davy Crockett.
Ocelot just looks slightly more cat-like. He's slightly more triangular, like a stylized artistic representation of a feline face going on. I dig it. Like, look at that chin, it's huge. Look at that nose, it's huge. And the new facial performance is fun to watch too. It's fine. He looks like Robbie Rotten. He's Robbie Rosselot. Ocelot and Eva definitely lost a few pounds in this version. I don't love it, but it's totally acceptable. Eva, I think, weirds me out more than Ocelot does. If anyone loses a few pounds, I think Ocelot's face is fine, if not an objective improvement, because of the new facial capture that also captures how overacting and theatrical this guy is. Yeah, that's the thing. He's a theatrical overactor. He's always been kind of weird. The game's full of weirdos. Saying that they look weird, like, doesn't equal they look bad. There is a division between those two concepts. Oh, can we zoom in on him up there? No, he's out of focus. I think Snake's facial performance is new for some, but not all cutscenes. And that when he is, you can really see the actor like scrunch up his face into a tiny little pinch ball like this. Alright, we are going to call the save hotline. Saving the game. Okay.
Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No. I'm gonna restart my computer real quick. The stream will be back up in like 2 minutes. Please don't go anywhere. Oh god, please don't go anywhere. Classic Gamer 101, you brought it up! This is on you! I'm interacting! I'm responding! I am engaging with the community chat as the messages come through. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like a less interactive streaming parasocial video game internet friend experience? I could just like... be really quiet. And talk really fast like this, with a very robotic, non-anti. Or you could get me being a video gamer weirdo. Also, my smartphone just like cleared the chat, so I don't even know if there was a hilarious. Hey, my shout-outs just then. See. Where did that window go? Writing an essay about how you aren't actually allowed to dislike anything. Right, okay. Should we bring it up to a vote, actually? So, it didn't feel as jarring in the original. There was nothing to jar you from because you had no frame of reference. I would be interested to see if players going through this for the first time would give any slight speck of a shit whatsoever. Eva does look a little weirder to me, and I think that I don't know, like her original model always seemed like a weird Britney Spears looking, Christina Aguilera looking, yeah, like early 2000s Western girl pop idol who had, in the PS2 version, she had a completely featureless porcelain doll face with really, really dark eyeshadow makeup. And I think that was always what I thought was a little jarring about the way she looked, is why that makeup was so thick, and the intense military drama spy political thriller setting. In this new version, it seems like they didn't do anything interesting with her from that starting point, like they actually did with Ocelot. Like Ocelot, they made more cat-like. Eva, I don't think they really got very creative or interesting about making her look like what sort of character that was supposed to be in the first place. Like I think they did with Snake here. There's something really weird about the key art of Snake. Wait, did that actually get captured? Yes, it did. There's something really weird about the key art of Snake, where he looks a lot more grisly, pissy key art than he does in the game, where he looks kind of goofy, which I think fits the character more. He's like weirdly boyish and innocent in this game. Peace Walker 2. Oh, I have to plug the controller in and out. Dun 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 dun. Don't play the game if you're having a seizure, kids. Dun 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 dun. But yeah, you are allowed to dislike something, and I am also allowed to talk about it. Did I'm sorry if I accidentally hurt your feelings, I guess. I don't. Ocelot's facial shape being slightly different in the Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta remake, I don't think is a potentially contentious topic of significantly rigorous debate. Let me unequip all that shit that I just equipped out of sheer muscle memory. And also double check that there's nothing to get in this area behind... No. There's going to be Froggy and Ducky. There's actually going to be... Ooh, this is going to be a good one because there's no guards. There's also going to be Froggy and Ducky in the shack that Eva's hanging out in. Directional mic. Directional mic. Do I have anything other life medicine equipped? No, I do not. I think I would like to have a list. If anyone has made a list of which characters get more facial performances and which don't. Oh, this is cute. It would be nice to know, because in some scenes there might be something a bit more visually interesting about Eva's character coming through than the remake did. Than some other characters might have. So, like, her outfit is different. Like, in the original version, the bikini looks like shiny leather. In this version, it looks like, not shiny, what, opaque? Not shiny polyester cotton blend, which seems more realistic, but also less, gaudy. Okay, Ducky's somewhere around here. Oh, I gotta move the rock out of the way. Excuse me one moment, I'm concentrating. Truck, right? What a weird looking truck. It's a very weird. That truck looks like weird sprite art from an SX game. Not getting Ducky anymore. They need... Start zoom. Some weird looking lens flare lights there. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hey! Hey? The microphone misled me. It wasn't... Oh, man. Oh, come on. Look at how much fun I was getting ready to have scoping it out in the long-range base there. Like, Froggy, kinda. Ducky is like... Ducky, you can do better than that. Ducky, I have seen you non-lethal, no-trank your way into all sorts of clever little hiding spots. And right here, you're just knocking on my front door saying hello. Alright, Ducky, I expect more of you next time. Let's see where you're hiding in the shack. But whatever, moving on. I'm not interested in a prolonged argument. I think you weren't ready for me to actually follow up your request for comment. George loves getting exacerbated. It's not personal. That's the absolute truth. Also, like, I am in a very weird job position. Hang on. Where, like, I have learned how to do this over a decade of saying something interesting about what's going on in the game that is more so, that's gonna fill up a word count with, way more thoughts than just, it's good, it's bad, it's weird. I don't like it, I do like it, sure, but that's gotta be followed up with, like, anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes of explanation with points and counterpoints backing everything up. I'm sorry, Classic Gamer, I brought out the Toolman model of argumentation in my head when you talked about how the remake Ocelot looks weird. Oh, and then you said sorry, not sorry, just to rub it in. You can't say you didn't expect me to talk about your message in the Twitch chat of the gamer stream I'm performing for. How many people do we got? 17 people. That means we dropped 5 when I restarted. See, look at that. There's even less people to hear your point get so delicately deconstructed and countered beautifully. Yeah, look at me. I'm a regular Seneca or Cicero in here. Ocelot's fine. It's fine. There was conscious artistic direction put into the new design of the character that adapts well to the existing personality and the new facial performance that they gave him. I don't know if the same can be said of Eva. I think the same absolutely cannot be said of Sokolov. I think something similar can be said about Snake. I think Snake looks a little chubbier and childlike, and his facial performance is a lot more adorable. Doopy doopy doop. Something similar can be said of Volgan. I think they gave Volgan a new facial performance too. A lot of fans have said he looks weird. Oh, no breakable glass jars of... Hey, Twitch chat, what do you think's inside this non-breakable invincible glass jar? I think it's full of concrete or something. Let me in on this and see if we can get it. It's garlic! It's jarred garlic. It's jarlic. Sorry, not sorry. It was a little... Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Classic Gamer 101. Let me put it this way. One time, my mother was in the hospital, septic, with a liver, some kind of kidney stone that led to a liver infection. And while I was driving 400 miles back and forth to and from the city to where she lives to go take care of her, there's a certain person in my family who is involved in the text message group of those of us trying to take coordinate the efforts of taking care of her, who said that I was not doing anything and that I didn't amount to anything because her and her kids' property values were higher than mine. And then she ended the statement with, "Sorry, not sorry, just saying." Like, you can't say something really fucking rude and then follow it up with "sorry, not sorry, just saying," and then expect that you're the good person in that exchange. That's just not a good thing to say. It's just like an admission that that you're not committed to the words that you just dropped out and don't want to expect some kind of blowback that you are telling the other party in the conversation that that you are getting ready for. Alright, I need to find this Ducky. But Jesus Christ, sometimes the people involved with taking care of Mom are absolute fucking scumbags. And, oh, Ducky! Ducky, I mean, granted, you didn't have a lot to work with here. But I've seen you blend into the clutter items of a busy, decorated interior before. And, I guess you tried your best given the circumstances. Can I like peek out the window for you here? No, doesn't look like I had that option either. Okay, Ducky, I'll give you this one. This might have been more of the game developers on you, but I am hoping for a more interesting Ducky when we get in the cave. Property values don't match up to MGSSs and hunt streams. Sorry, not sorry. Property values also don't match up to like how much time and energy you have to spend taking care of your own dying mother, but that's something I didn't say to their face that maybe I should have. The funeral's gonna be real awkward. Bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. Ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, oh, this is gonna be... Oops. Okay, this was not the guy. That's good. So... Yeah, I dig this. There's another flamethrower guy around here. What I always do, every single time I play Metal Gear Solid 3 for my entire life, is just hug the left-hand wall here down to the Furies tunnel. And this time I can't do that. I gotta find the other film reel man. Let me drag him again. My frustration is also confirmed by having had multiple conversations with close friends where I've tried to explain I might dislike something about any particular remake. It has basically told me I'm looking for things to dislike and that my opinions are invalid, so that certainly made me more defensive than I should have been. Oh well. Just video games.
Freeze. Speak. I'm not talking.
Freeze. Oh, didn't I find out? Yeah, look at this cool place I can get to now. Okay, there's a flamethrower guard around here. They have a distinctive noise to them, so maybe this will be a useful opportunity to use the directional mic. Clara. I just got a Discord friend request from Clara. That was interesting. Omar share. I don't Classic Gamer 101. Do you want to drop this or not? Like I can ask you for. Oh, here we go. a film cannon. Go check them. This is so cool. There's little player-driven side objectives here, and they're not stamped on the side of the screen because the game is. Oh, that guy.
I'm so hungry.
But it's like you didn't expect me to respond. Ooh. Hey, what about this guy? Yeah, this is the guy. That's it on his here. I have 90% camo. I think I can shake. Oh, the scorpions. Hey, that's interesting. Snakes don't survive those. Scorpions? Oh. Oop. No, you're not. Come over here. Check them out. I wonder if the flamethrower guys still get attracted to the book. I'm digging this sun placement here. These mountaintop areas are one of the few I've played where the third person behind the back camera is actually making for some pretty interesting composition. It's all rocky and dusty. Reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 5 and how good that game looked partially. Is it possible to trank and recapture the snakes? Yeah, but you gotta be fast. Usually they guards will stab the snake. I think I might need to put on spider camo. I mean spirit camo if I want to be crossing the gap here.
I'm so hungry.
Maze. Ah! Oop. 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 Oh man, the Fury boss fight's gonna be a heartbreaker. Camera angle. The bosses are so easy. Point and click. Lowest. Here we go, problem solved. So, I want to spirit my way to the here. Ah! Okay, new playstyle. Go as fast as possible, let's sneak. Because I know exactly what guard I need to hold up now. Doop, doop. The flamethrower guys blow up if you shoot them in the tranks. Look at that. Look how fast I got here. Relatively safely. This guy's not a problem. But when they turn around, I do want to jump around fast and oops. Trick camera. God, I love this! Like, this game is so fucking good. Yeah, just like, when you're really in the groove and super immersed, like, it is just so satisfying how fast you can blitz through this, and blitzing through the menus feels almost as snappy and satisfying as blitzing through the game. Fuck.
Who's that?
Ah! This one flamer in particular has a film canister on him, and I don't need to get him this way. I'm just having fun. Ah!
Who's that? Something there. Huh? I found some food. My stomach hurts. Ah!
Oh, look at how tight he has his legs wrapped up. Okay, I actually can't hold him up by the cliff. Gotta get a little creative. Oh my god!
Something there?
No.
What was that? I found some food.
Ah! Alright, this should be it, this should be it, this should be it. Whoa!
Don't shoot!
Ding!
Speak. The others.
Dun 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 dun! Dun dun dun!
My stomach hurts. Freeze. Don't shoot! Freeze.
I want to see what is happening to him. I guess these are like stomach pains? Yeah, the guards being hungry makes them worse guards. You see 10-30-10. The guards, when they are hungry, they will get knocked out instantly if you roll into them. They're also much more easily distracted. And if you distract them with the food, they'll go and eat it. And if it's rotten food, they'll get sick. They'll eat poison food and die. But I guess if you just feed them rotten food, they get stunned by this damage animation out of. I'm gonna go pee again. I'll be right back. I'm drinking coffee because I still got work to do tonight. Hello, I'm back. Come on, get on there. Here. Oh. Can I get on that pipe? I want 20 hot grind on that pipe. Ooh. Ooh.
Can't complain.
There's a lot of chat messages. I gotta catch up to them during the cutscene. I hope no one gets genuinely offended that I talk about something about the remake that I like that they don't like. Ooh. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I have to show off how... Check this out. So you guys just saw me descend the staircase, right? Descend the staircase. I didn't even know there were I mean, I'm not surprised there are bats there, but on Legacy mode, you never would even see those bats. Like, look at how much like a Resident Evil game this looks like. It looks like I'm playing Resident Evil 3.5. Look at how much cooler that looks! Right? Yeah, if we're playing a new style, you just... There's no tension, you can go straight ahead, you know it's clear. Like, there's this incentive in my head to do this as fast as possible, instead of as, atmospherically beautiful as possible. But the other thing is that in Legacy mode, even when you played it a gazillion times, you're not quite entirely sure if there's a railing or something in front of you. Gotta go slow for that. Hey, look, there's bats here. Yeah, where are those bats? Where are those bats? I missed them for the second time here. They're like foreshadowing you for the more important bats later. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's no way I would have seen them because my camera's going to be pointed down the stairs. I have no tactical reason to look at the roof on my way down here. There's nothing like surprising you from the roof either. Those bats are just there for atmosphere. And you completely miss them. This new style. Okay, the Fury. Watashi wa Zafiri is gonna be black and black face and M16 sniper rifle, maybe even a bit of rocket launcher. Gonna want thermal goggles and night vision goggles and Soviet life medicine. Claymores might come in. Oh, I've had this guy's music stuck in my head for so long. I've been hearing this guy's music in my head while washing the dishes today. By the way, you also want to shoot these barrels on your way to the boss fight. There's useful battery behind them. battery will definitely come in handy for a boss that is demanding of night vision. Others. I'm looking forward to seeing his cutscene in the new style colors, though. So on PS2, this was my favorite cutscene. It was the most technically impressive one because of the fire effects and the reflection effects. Oh yeah, that looked cool, but not as cool as it would in black and white. Yes, some cool shadows going on too. I'm wondering if that's in the PlayStation version. I might need to double check. But anyways, but in the remake, I don't know what my favorite cutscene is. Like, there's a ton of good ones, but it's not this one in any one of the new contestants and categories that that we're now comparing them to, where it's less about the technical show-off and more about the artistry. That fire looks damn good. Alright, so way back when AC 103010 was saying, does the guards be hungry to make them worse guards? Yeah, everyone seems really impressed with my cool run that I got that film canister from, but joke's on you, I had to replay it like 12 times before finally getting it right.
I am the Fury.
It turns out you're not good at video games until you have a lot of practice first, who'd have thought?
I came back from space.
The reflections look interesting, but not... Like, even with the modern ray tracing technology that can make them more accurate, they still kinda look glitchy. On the PS2, they were really impressive because they were there at all, even though they looked kinda glitchy. Here, it's not gonna be impressive if it's still glitchy. What's impressive nowadays are, like, accurate, realistic, not glitchy reflections. The reflection in his helmet's still looking weirdly pixelated, like a low-resolution version of what's on the other side. Or something. What is going on there? It's, some loss of fidelity. Another important thing with this boss fight is dark. Oh my god, that's not dark. This is not dark. This is sad. Oh, this is so sad. Boom ba boom ba boom 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 ba boom ba boom 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 ba boom ba boom 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 boom. Oops, I messed up my crouch and rolling buttons because they're different in new style versus old style. Boom ba boom ba boom boom boom. Oh, I'm using the shoulder camera to peek around instead of more interesting cinematic angles. This is going to be a very, very different boss fight. Playing it like a shooting gallery instead of a stealth game. So there's still some tension. I had a nice reaction to that flamethrower blast. Dun 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 dun. But right, he has armor at front. You're supposed to flank him. Yeah, that did way more damage. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Yeah, I am very disappointed at the lack of true darkness going on here. I feel like in Legacy, with the Legacy color filter, the darkness was coming through better. And that I actually felt like I was playing a version of this boss fight where the black levels were actually accurate to modern televisions for once. Okay, yeah, things are greener, but they don't look darker. Oh, that music is so good! Ha 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 ha! Did they give him extra armor in New Style? I felt like you would have at least gotten a knockdown effect from that many direct hits to the front in Old Style. Dun 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 dun. Let's use the SAA for a while. Yep. Called Metal Gear Solid, not Shooty Shoot McBang Bang. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fury. I'm playing the premier recognized brand in stealth gaming. Would you rather me have a target shootout with you? Although I guess me having this little fake dialogue with him is at least nicely confirming that it is not as much a shooting gallery as I was worried. The Ocelot boss fight really suffers. Yeah. Seems like here there's still some nice mutual evasive action going on between me and... Oh no! I gotta get the Ducky in here! Good, actually. That's gonna be really interesting. No, I like this. I like this. I want to get the Ducky in here. Let me just double check. That, yeah, we're going from Ryzen to Western Corridor. Okay. Oh no! Did I forget to get the Ducky? Okay, new plan. We're loading the autosave. No, shit, dick's ass, nipples. Maybe if I change game styles? No, is this the same underground tunnel? Let me make a save in here.
You going to save? Good luck.
Dump 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 bum bump dump dump bum bump dump dump bum 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 bum. Okay, I'm gonna check up and I'm gonna catch up on Twitch chat while we're going through the motions, making magazines and stuff. Resident Evil 3.5. No, I meant starring Dante. No, I meant the Resident Evil 3.5, the creepy doll demo, where it was in 3D. But it had beautiful fixed camera angles, and it was less of an arcade game and more of a classic Resident Evil style game. It kind of looks like you're playing that, and it's gorgeous. Do. Turns out when players are given the role of cameraman, they're extremely practical and boring about it. Yeah, and I don't think this is like... I don't think this is as simple as it just being a good or bad thing. It's not a bad thing that when players are in the role of cameraman, they're extremely practical and boring about it, because you're going to want to see... You're not going to want to screw up your gameplay. You're not going to want to make mistakes. But, I just think that, like, the monoculture of game design is what's bad. That so many games now look and play the same, and it has a lot to do with the camera angle that you're seeing it from. Let me scan for the Ducky going down here and beginning. I don't have to go get that, film reel a second time either, because it's gonna be saved in my main menu unlocks on my way. On my way down here, I don't need to go back and get that again. I can go fast. God, what if... Hey! This is where I should make my save. Yeah, this one. I want to overwrite this one.
Snake.
I've been a classic Snake Eater Angles Defender forever, but the black and white adds so much. Did it always say the Flame Soldier, the Fury? Yeah, I think so. I think they did, repatriate samurai names in the Zelda style for boss fights in this game. The fire has nothing to contrast against if it's not Darkman. What the fuck? Yeah, it is pretty disappointing. Also, I guess the Ducky's in the boss arena. Let me give it 10 seconds. Starting roundabout here. Also, someone told me last stream that the M37 is not a mag loader, and they're wrong. It just doesn't generate magazines. But the reloading animation totally should make shoving a big fat magazine. I guess the magazine's too big and fat to use as a clever, sneaky stealth game distraction item, but it's still a magazine! Cool! Okay, we got it. Do that again. Maybe you do have to get into the boss arena for this. But yeah, check this out. Someone told me that the M37 does not reload by magazine. Look at that! He just shoved a magazine in there! Granted, it was huge. It's not what you usually think when you hear the word magazine and play a video game about it, but... Neither is like a giant Civil War fort made out of concrete that's 2 buildings big, 2 floors high. Those are called magazines too. Buildings full of ammunition are called magazines. A container of ammunition is a magazine. Prove me wrong. Where's this Ducky? See if I can get the Ducky before the boss fight begins. That would be very nice. I don't want to have to point and click on the Ducky at the same time I'm pointing and clicking on bad guys. It looks wrong, like it's a glitch or something, but I do kind of like the whatever's going on with the light halos here passing through the microphone transparency. Even in HDR, it looks a bit washed out. Really? That's so sad. It's so sad what happened to this boss fight, but at least you can turn on fun mode in this version. Boom, boom, boom. One of the most popular mods for the Master Collection, I remember, is some, like, gamma reshader that makes the caves in Fury truly dark again, as they would be on a CRT monitor with the 2004 hit PlayStation 2 game, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Okay, I guess it's at the end of this hallway here. Let's get the sniper rifle and look for Ducky. Ducky, Ducky, Ducky. Oops, can't see it. I think ray trace reflections still get downsampled, probably running at a lower resolution, but depends on the image, I suppose. I think it depends on the image is doing a lot of heavy work. The puddles in the jungle look really impressive, I think. I love the look of those, but the reflections on water puddles, muddy, muddy, dirty-ass jungle water is it's real fun to look at, but the reflections in the Fury's helmet are somewhat underwhelming. Somewhere over there. It's good to go in the boss fight with this knowledge ahead of time, though. I'm not too salty that I might actually have to find the duck at the same time as fighting the boss. It'll just make things interesting. Now I feel like I've appropriately prepared for the fight. It's nice, it's good. I think the smoke grenades are effective here, aren't they? Bum ba bum ba bum bum. Let's not forget the box either. Box will douse my flames. That compass kills me. I immediately turn it off and completely forget about it. Down, down, down. But why in the world would it look washed out in HDR? Isn't the whole point of HDR to make I hate saying it, but I love how it sounds. Isn't the whole point of HDR to make the blacks blacker? Also, you can see the blacks better. There are more light bulbs on the ceiling. I'm curious, given the cutscene angle, if they move Snake around off-camera so it resembles the original. Honestly, the fight plays mostly the same for me in New Style as with Subsistence Camera in the Master Collection. I think the helmet hits do no damage. Depends on the engine and the internal configuration of every game on every engine. Full resolution ray tracing is almost never done. Yeah, but you don't notice it as bad if the reflection... Well, what about if it's like a perfect mirror in a nice clean bathroom? That's a case where it wouldn't look out of place to have a full, accurate, no-holds-bar reflection. Oh, that was chip damage. That did nothing. Okay, Token, let's test your theory out. I'm gonna try shooting him in the torso for a while. Ah. So, I think the biggest difference is that there's not nearly as much tension. I'm able to keep track of him better, and one of the thrills of the tension of reloading in a gunfight, etc. and so forth is oops, not knowing where the bad guy is. Okay, let's try torso. I don't know, seemed pretty weak. Do 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 do. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Did that just do no damage at all? Alright, let me try flanking him properly and hitting him with shots to the upper back from behind. Sounds like it would hurt, right? That sounds like it would kill someone, right? In real life, aren't headshots, like, not actually as reliable as the video games make them sound? Oh, maybe it's the tank. Maybe the idea is you shoot him in the tank is his weak spot. Yeah, that did good damage. I was not aiming for the head. I might have accidentally hit a head in my burst, but... Oops, wrong button. But, whatever I did just did real good damage, and I need to not actually do that for a while searching for the Ducky instead. Down, 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 boom, 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 down, 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 boom, down, 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 boom, 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 boom. So the rotten hornet's nest still gives you a tummy ache. Huh? I wonder if those cure naturally with time. Yeah. Alright, I think the Ducky might be somewhere down here. Unless he comes charging after me, I'm gonna have to get out of here. Nope, there's still... Yes, okay. Oops, he's in front of me now. I don't like knowing where he is all the time. It's not scary. He was in the Ducky was the leftmost lane, right? It shouldn't be too hard to find it in a man-made environment like this. With concrete instead of bumpy, lumpy, organic jungle stuff. Oh, those mushrooms are there to fill up your batteries for all the night vision you're supposed to be using right now. Oh, come on, Ducky, you have been... I used to feel clever and proud of myself when finding the Ducky, and now I feel like the Ducky's making fun of me. Oops, let's go back. I got him down to half health. I'm sorry. What? Let's see what animal just accidentally got caught in the crossfire. A rat. Poor rat. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for screwing with the pacing here, but I have to, since I'm playing for a Twitch audience, I have to show you how much cooler this is. Whoa! I don't know where he is. I was betting on some auto-aim that didn't come through for me, but that is... Whoa, I'm kind of losing track of my character. That's part of the game. That's like the challenge. Okay, let's keep my gun raised as I scan the lanes here. Dun, 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 dun. Got him. Let's get out of here. Oops, wrong button. Ha-ho! Made it out of here. That is so much more exciting. That felt like I was at the edge of... Oops, wrong button again. That felt like I barely made it out of there at the nick of time, probably because his attack timings are timed up for this stuff. Whoops. I need to use the night vision goggles or something. You need to use the night vision goggles to see in the dark. Imagine that. What a concept. Look at how the camera shows you the lanes. Okay, we got auto aim. Damn, I had no ammo. I lost track of my ammo count and just screwed up a good opportunity there. Like, you gotta plan, you gotta think. Oh, I love it in this version. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, look at the two of us sneaking up on each other. Was it? I don't know. I don't even know if I did damage. I have the HUD turned off because that's how I like playing this game. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba. Doop-a-doop-a-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, well, wait, the wall peeking didn't quite work. Okay. Yeah, like when you're playing like this, it is so much more important that you guys are ambushing each other. You're like actually playing a still. Was that him? Oh, I almost feel like I need to use the directional mic. Aha! Alright, let me check my ammo. We're on burst mode. Alright, let's and get out. Damn. Dun 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 dun. How's my health? Not good. Boom 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 boom. Dun 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 dun. Need to reload. On the one on the far left. Also, those glowing mushrooms are supremely more important now. Like, I actually have to pay attention to my environment and the little tricks and doodads that are labeled there. Little interactables scattered around. Oopsie! He just, I didn't know he was there. He ambushed me. We're ambushing each other in a game about ambushing people. Remember when Snake calls Major Zero and says, Major Zero, the boss just ambushed me. Because you're playing a game about ambushing people?
This is rotten.
Oh no, it's rotten. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, this is awesome. This kicks ass. Take that silencer off. This kicks so much ass. Look at how good that looks. It's more difficult, but it's viable, and that's fine. That's what I want. Oh, there he is. Ah, Snake can't aim around the corner like that. But also, I'm going the wrong way. I'm not getting on his backside like I should be. Dum ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum bum. Ha ha ha! The auto aim. Like I looked at Snake's gun tracking a bad guy I couldn't see in the off-screen space. Oh, where's he this time? Boom, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, boom. Alright. Oh, the stomach ache. Oh, since I had no HUD on, I lost track. I forgot about the stomach ache and just ended up wasting a lot of stamina from not, like, using my brain and thinking good. God, I love this! Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, boom. Boom, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, boom. Round, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Ha 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 ha. Oops, wrong button. Dun 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 dun. Whoop. Yeah. And I died. So Jesus Christ, that is so much better. Holy cow. Bum 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 bum. We're gonna go on new style mode though because I'm curious, I guess. There's some sort of completionist tick in me right now. That's, I guess it's because I already played the game with fun mode on, in an earlier stream. I did a complete run, all cutscenes. So now I feel obligated to do a complete run, all cutscenes, new style. Oh. I feel like I shoot more accurate 3-round bursts single fire mode than in the actual burst fire mode. I just gotta remember to pull the crosshair down, actually, once I RT. Of course. George, I wasted my teenager years playing Counter-Strike. I should know this stuff better. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Okay, I only get 2 shots before the next reload. Dum 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 dum. That's fine by me. Ooh, oh, look at this. Oh my god, look at how there's just no tension, no strategy I gotta use to see him there. That did really good damage too. Dun, 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 dun. And I got my reload done at least, but I don't think I got a magazine for that one. Bum, ba, dum, ba, dum, bum, bow, 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 bow. Bow. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Bum, bum. Bum, Now I'm tracking him by his health bar. This is so overpowering. He does not stand a chance. The music doesn't seem as thrilling if it's not a more of an even matchup against my enemy. I'm not losing track of him. He's a glowing, obvious target with a giant shoot me sign on his back. I haven't needed to use the night vision goggles. Hey guys, do you want to know a extremely useless Easter egg that you'd think would be a useful Easter egg? You can shoot the pipes, and they spray water out, and they put the fire out. Why is this more useless than you might have thought? Because the fire doesn't really do a lot of damage, nor slow you down. It's annoying because you like pause the game and think about what to do, but in terms of the time simulation math the game is running, it's not that actually big of a deal. Come on, come on. Unless he changed routes. Yes, he did. Dun 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 dun. Tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Ow. Bow, bow, bow. Ah, I'm getting my ass ate. Okay. I wish they just called it the M16. I feel like them calling it an XM16 is doing a disservice to the iconography of American Vietnam-themed jungle combat media. Yeah, when they call it the XM16, it makes you think it's some cool space-age high-tech thing and not a classic symbolism of capitalist imperial adventure. Uh-oh. Yeah, the M16 sounds like something that Grandpa talks about. The XM16, on the other hand, sounds like something... Ah! I didn't have my Soviet life medicine equipped. The XM16, though, sounds like something that Razer would call a gamer mouse. Doop doop doo doo. Bum ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum. Maybe the most important mod I'll ever make for a Metal Gear game in my life will be one that just renames the XM16 to a regular ordinary M16. Wait, but there is something weird about it, right? Like it's got some kind of tape or something? To try and sell the idea that it's a prototype that's not quite finished yet. I don't think I did good damage on that burst. Whoa, got him again. It's the sniper rifle that I think you're supposed to use. I have very, very vivid memories of sniper rifling him and it being... Why use a sniper rifle? I got something better. Boom! Oh, that missed, but it was cool. Dun, 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 dun. So, I mean, I gripe about new style, but listen to how much fun I'm having. I'm having fun. I'm having less fun, but I'm having fun.
Can't complain.
Can't complain, I can. Speak for yourself, Snake. Doop a doop a doop 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 a doop a doop 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 a doop a doop doop doop. Oh, I just spotted him from my advantaged camera angles. Bam ba dum ba dum bam bam bow. Nice. Alright, we got him at like 50, 51, 52%. Looks like. Whoa, hello. Let me throw grenades behind me. Damn, that even that hit him. Like, I am hitting him with these predictive splash damage effects. Like Hunt Showdown, I'm killing an enemy I can't see who can't see me. Through sound data and predictive positioning. Doopa doopa doo doo. Doopa doopa doo doo. Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Hey. Even when the camera is full of wall and it looks so uninteresting on your screen, it doesn't feel uninteresting as a player because you are tracking him. Like, he's through all the layers of wall that the camera's gunked up with, so I think this is a good way of describing that tension between playability versus visual beauty. Is I'm moving the camera in a way that does not... There's not a lot of tension between thoughts of me being a director of photography here and thoughts of me being an effective soldier gamer fantasy fulfiller. I have not used the RPG on this fight this much in a long, long time. Yeah, okay, that's because in earlier versions of the game, it felt like a real treat to land a good, clean RPG hit on a bad guy. You would not point and click on a bad guy to hit them with an RPG. Like, you gotta line it up and make sure that there's an ample lead time for a slower projectile than a bullet. Like, it's a real nice prize for winning the tactical back and forth ambushing. That was easy. I still had to retry once. It wasn't easy peasy, like some of these boss fights, but it was easy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the ethos of the fight does come through, but just a disappointingly deflated amount compared to what you get on Legacy Black and White. Alright, now what did I miss on Twitch chat while all that was going on? You usually use the SVD, don't you? I think I usually use a mix of the M16 and SVD, but I think now after this and seeing such good results, I might use a combination of the M16 and the RPG from now on. I mean, at what other point in the game are you going to be using the RPG? I think in new style it's body shots. Also, downsampling implies going from a higher resolution to an overall, and this would be upscaling. Man, I don't know what the jargon is. The reflections in his helmet just aren't impressing me. And they should be impressing me. There's even a spherical globe shape that could calculate what the image could, would look like as being a projected 2D reflection onto a 3D surface all over again, and with the modern computing wizardry of, the $500 goddamn graphics card in my computer right now that was very generously donated to me by a man in a more wealthy Nordic country that's going through better economic times than mine. It just, It just feels like I shouldn't be seeing this stuff anymore. Like, we're past that. The game looks so much more closer to a Hollywood Pixar CGI 3D movie right now that when you see little stuff like that, it takes you out in a way it wouldn't before. Compared to the PS2 version, where seeing the reflection be there at all was the technological marvel that had teenagers going, wow! Biggest difference is that you can't move and aim in Subsistence, and the sniper freezes you in place. The Fury's Ducky. I did get the Ducky. It's fine. You only have to get the Ducky once. Even if you die and retry or load up a previous game. So long as you lay eyes on... What are we doing here? We're gonna be shooting MK22 bullets for a little while. Let me see. MK22... And... Nope, just MK22. Boom. Boom. Lights. Oh, these lights might be bulletproof, but... Don't think the MK22 can shoot out lights. But yeah, the shootable lights is something that used to be a treat. And in this game... Oh, not here. There are more. There are a lot of shootable lights, and it is nice. It feels like a treat. But every now and then, when you can't shoot a light for mysterious reasons, it's like taking me out. Like, the rules of the game have changed to one with greater fidelity and realism, where you'd think all lights are shootable. Some of them clearly have a, like, layer of grating or something that looks like it could give it protection from a bullet or two, but maybe not a bunch of them. But anyways, I'm happy to suspend my disbelief of not shooting out those lights, but there was one light that looked pathetic. Like, it absolutely should have been shottable, and it wasn't. Last night I was playing a chunk of Granite Gorky facility, and there were a ton of shootable lights. But the lights down there weren't shootable. What's the rules? What's the consistency? What kind of lights are shootable and what aren't? Make up your mind. We're at war, a cold war. I still use the Mosin Nagant, and the old strat from the original game still works here. Well, I wasn't non-lethaling him. I might want to figure out what to do in Legacy mode for non-lethaling people. Did you get the duckies on the cliff and inside the shack with Eva? Yeah, I did. They were pretty easy. They were disappointingly easy. The duckies have been disappointingly easy for the past few areas. Oh yeah, Wimpy Burger. The ducks are harder to see than the frogs usually, and it's great. That's what I want. I want to have to hunt for these ducks. Oh, look at this! Those two guys, they're right there! Also, their animation is synced in a weird way. I remember seeing the behind-the-scenes, yeah, we're seeing something that you never were supposed to see in the original game. Check this out. Oop. So, in video game design, when you're a video game developer and you have soldiers marching in a formation, you actually want to desync their animations very slightly. Because these guys are so perfectly in sync that you can tell they're like robot video game people. And the Metal Gear games on PlayStation were so ridiculously polished that you really were not supposed to see this. These guys are super duper off camera, and their animations are slightly less polished than what the game developers really wanted us to see on camera. That's interesting, but also kind of bad. But it's fine. I'm gonna have a way easier time sneaking through Groznygrad than before. Oh! I bet breaking out of Groznygrad jail's easy peasy this time. That'll be fun. Now, if I want to non-lethal my way to the Weapons Lab East Wing, I'm going to want to... Let's blow up the food shack on our way in. Nah, let's, We're having such a good run, I think I can go for speed over supply and strategy. So, if we want to be non-lethal about this, we're going to have to go ducky hunting. It's going to be a while before we go, film reel hunting, too. I'm getting a little tired from all the talking. Handkerchief might be used. You know what? Both of them might be used. Oh, ridiculously deep build. Oh, wait, nope. The tobacco packed in the end. The flat, solid surface. Guess they didn't expect me to zoom in that close. So, but yeah, from distance, a lot of renders here just look utterly flawless. So when you see errors, things more than they could otherwise. Bump a dump a dump bump bump a dump a dump bump. Okay, this will be our loadout for now. Tired. Oh my gosh, I already feel so much more faster. Oh, how much less careful, question mark, I need to be? I'm being the appropriate amount of careful for the amount of threats on screen I can see, so I don't feel like I'm piloting Snake in any sort of ridiculously foolish
It was rotten.
method, but... Oh, wait. Little dart. Belly button. Film rules save retroactively, Frogs and Ducks too. Yeah, they all do. The monoculture is my biggest complaint about remakes. Feels like they just make games into the shoulder. Yeah. So, a very fortunate accident about Metal Gear Solid 3, though, is that shit like this still happens. Like, the game design at its core is still so ridiculously strong that even when you do turn it into an over-the-shoulder shooter, a lot of silly interactions, genuinely impressive amount of... Oh.
Who's that? HQ respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
I've never been able to see this much over the shipping containers before. Alright, let me... Oh wait, they just spotted me. When this timer goes down, I need to hide and box up. Dun 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 dun. Now. Now. Now.
Did you hear something?
Boom, boom. My god, this is so easy. I know that I'm like getting spotted all the time and absolutely eating ass here, but if I was getting spotted all the time and getting my ass ate out so much in the Legacy mode, I'd be taking a lot more hits and losing a lot more health. I'd probably be enjoying it more too. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, we were going for speed. So maybe a good way to describe it is that there's a tension between camo-based stealth and line-of-sight-based stealth that is not in harmony in the new style. Because I can see these guards so much more clearer than they can see me. And from Legacy mode, when the camera's top down... What happened to the music? You're being, what's happening to them? You're being shown the intended game logic behind the camo system with a much clearer visual demonstration of the concept than here. I feel overpowered. So in Legacy mode, when you're looking at the ground that Snake's crawling on top of, You see how closely his textures match to the ones he's crawling on top of from the camo system. But you can't see guards. You cannot see all these guards coming around here, unless you stop and press R1 and sacrifice your mobility for visibility, in which case you can't see Snake on the ground. So it's like this conflict between how easy you should be to have been spotted versus how protected you are by the high camo index is dissonance. It's not ludonarrative dissonance, ludovisual dissonance. Some fucking term like that. Someone get a Greek expert on the phone. Let's come up with one. There is a dissonance between the game logic and the visual on the screen that's not there in Legacy mode. In Legacy mode, I would not see these guys. I would not know they're there. But I'm also 70% camo index, so I could like visualize in my head what this would look like from their point of view and how they might not be able to see me. They'd see a weird blur. However, from this angle, it does not make sense. They should easily be able to see me. I can easily see them. And so me having so much protection from the camo system makes me feel ridiculously overpowered compared to where I should be. Ludographical dissonance. Ludo-cinematic dissonance. Ludovisual dissonance. Ludo-illusory Ludo-illusory dissonance. What's up, gamers? It's your boy Super Bunny Hop here, and I want to talk about Ludo-illusory dissonance and Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Remember to smash that like button and subscribe. Also buy the Lost in Cult Alan Wake Lost in Design book with the code BunnyHop at adamandeve.com/bunnyhop. Boom, 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 ba boom. Doop, 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 doop. Round, round, but down, down. Okay, all of a sudden we got fun mode turned on.
There's nothing here. Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Freeze.
Control here. Unable to determine the problem.
Understood. Return to your position.
Who's that? What the?
Boom, boom, boom. Pew! Good thing those barrels don't blow up if they shoot them.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
We can't spare any reinforcements.
Bow, bow. Bow. Bow, bow, bow. Why are we even gonna have the motorcycle chase after all this? Oh.
Something there.
Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow.
I think I saw something.
Bow, bow.
Come in, HQ.
Easy peasy. I'm sorry, God, that I killed like 5 people on my way in here, but I'm just having fun. This is casual. Oh, wait a second. I forgot. We'll do ducky hunting when I have a better disguise for that area. That's also when I'm gonna take out the the food shack. Da-dum. Bow, 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 bow. Wondering if I should nab one of these guards and refill my supplies with them. I'm wondering if I should just refill my supplies in the supply refill rooms. Designated supply refill rooms. Hey! Oops, wrong button. Hey. What's that noise? Doopy doopy doop. Bow. 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 The music is still so fucking good. Doop, 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 doop. Put Spirit on so I don't wake him up with my footsteps when descending the boxes. In my box, I've got a box and I'm on a box. What a concept.
Nothing here.
Boom, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. No. New plan. Dun, dun, dun. 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 I'm gonna trank him. Pew! Get away from that door, please. Thank you. Bum. Uh-oh, someone's going in and out of doors here. Go in this corner here. We might have a split second of reaction time if someone comes through the door, but otherwise there's no one here I have if someone comes through the door. Who's that? Who's that? One's coming. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go get it. Okay. That's actually good to know. This guy is hidden. He's super hidden. Alright, it was the stomach growl that gave me away. I think that means I'm allowed to eat some food. Eat the cobra.
Can't complain.
The Fear Effect remake looked shit. The nighttime remaster, Night Dive. Fear Effect. They remade Fear Effect? The game that had like... That you would only buy because of the hot lesbian babes making out on the magazine ads. That game did have some interesting cinematic camera angle stuff going on. Huh? Why? What? Good question. Turns out when guards say huh in the game, you say huh in real life. You should be able to throw empty shotgun shells. Imagine how many my magazine problems, my magazine economy problems would be fixed forever. Biggest offender to me is Silent Hill 2. People say the combat is quote-unquote better, which was never the point in the original. Oh no, he was about to say everything looks clear before walking into a minefield. And by minefield, I mean like mine room. And by mine room, I mean like mine quarter of a room. But you know what? It's fine for me to make that kind of contradictory statement shortly after talking real confident about it. Because in Metal Gear Solid 1, Snake says that he fights Gray Fox in a minefield. But in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, he actually fights... He actually fights Gray Fox in a mine room. So that means if Metal Gear's allowed to retcon itself, that means I'm allowed to retcon myself too. Freeze. Alright, now let's make use of these claymores that I spent good money on. Oops! Wrong button!
What's that sound?
What's that sound?
Canceling the alert. Return to your position.
Ooh. I don't think I'm gonna time up the chaff grenade well enough, explosion, but let's see. I want to throw this thing as soon as the claymore pops. Oh, we're talking about the mag-loading M36. The gun doesn't hold a magazine, though. Okay, so what's going on with the shotgun? I guess Snake keeps a magazine in his backpack, and when he's sitting around in the cardboard box waiting for guards to walk into his claymores, he fills the magazine up with shells so that in the battle he can quickly reload it using the magazine instead of putting them in one at a time. That's why you can't throw the magazine. New canon established. That's the rules. I don't make them. I just come up with them and then decide that they're official.
What's that sound?
I don't know. You should come check it out. Come on and check out the guard who's here. A friend of yours needs help in here. It's a slide loader. The magazine is the tube under the barrel. Oh, thank God there's two guards. Even better. Dun 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 dun. Jeff. Dun dun dun. We're gonna go up and box again because I didn't get my money's worth from the other claymore that I dropped down. Oh, and the chaff grenade didn't even matter because they had a hard line. A landline alarm. Ow, ow. Oh. Oh, did he get up? He's not getting up. Alright. Now, this guy just died in the door threshold. So, during a recent Metal Gear Solid 3 replay, my mind was blown when talking on the radio with my support team, and they talked about how there was a... Ow, 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 ow! There was a, weapons supply storeroom you could go in to get some ammo and stuff. But it's locked. You need Colonel class clearance to get in. And sometimes you see bad guys walking in and out, so I thought that maybe I could follow them in, and it didn't really work. And then what it turned out that did work is knocking them out in the middle of the door while it's open. The door will refuse to close. I don't want to kill a lot more people because I feel guilty. And the, I thought that was a legitimate solution. 20 minutes later, I found out that when you get the Rykov disguise, you can just walk wherever you want and it's fine, and that's probably what they were talking about in the radio. But I felt very clever. Hey, how did you know? How did you know I was in that? How did you know I was in that box? Oh no, I grabbed you, and now I'm going to take you back into my nice little room. Oops, wrong button. That's fine. Damn, that was not fine. Okay. We'll reload the save and do this legit, but I was having fun. I'm breaking every rule that I established on this run. You know what? New rule. New challenge. Disguiseless Groznygrad Weapons Lab run. Let's fucking go. See how well this will work. Olive drab, woodland, all shit. Hey, 65 is not actually that bad of a camo rating. Ooh, I just heard the Ducky. Oh my god, I'm more camouflaged on the gray tiles than the white tiles. That's so cute! That's so cute! Bow. Bow, bow, bow. Doo 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 doo. Okay. Colonel, I gotta cross over. Oh wait, no I don't. I can use this darker tiles and stick to those. This is working out way better than I thought it would. This subway station? Or if that's Japan. Water tower. Or if that's Japan. That was easy. Whoa! Who said that? Who just honked at me? I bet it was someone through the glass. Okay, so if they can see you through the glass, that might make this a little interesting. Gotta avoid the glass. Did I already get the Ducky? No. But I'm hearing it alright. Set my screen to grayscale to see if it's a... Technically not a magazine, it's lighting shells from the... I'm sorry, Roller 42, let's listen to the sentence again more slowly. It's technically not a magazine because Snake is sliding the shells from the magazine into the shotgun. What's the deal with this? Oh, it's probably his stamina. The crosshair was shrinking and expanding by
damn good.
predictable mode. Hour. So yeah, that's simulating your aim-waiming, your aim-wait. Let's not cure that. Let's... It's worse without it's the same enemy types. Copy paste. Oh god, equally distracting. Good strategy. Just yeah. 55. Wait, does Rykov come into the thing? I don't know if Rykov actually comes back here in the break room. Takes a turn in the work office. Oh, I know what the superior camo is for this area. Yeah, now no one's gonna hunt at me. Like the diffusion of the glass. That guard, like right at a certain threshold of distance, start to get blurry, but the wall to the left is clear, so. I've never been the biggest fan of it's bad on purpose, but the combat in Silent Hill is definitely meant to be cumbersome and awkward. You're supposed to feel helpless, not badass. I mean, I've been a fan of... Okay, I don't know if I would use the word bad, but yeah, cumbersome and awkward on purpose. If it's bad on purpose, but the final result is good, then that means it's not bad. Therefore, it's not bad on purpose. Fact. The real question we should be asking is, why doesn't Snake just throw rocks? Make the game too easy. Doesn't Far Cry 3 have a throw rock button and you have unlimited rocks in pot? That's good enough for John Far Cry. Oh yeah! I was just thinking that out loud. Doesn't want to get his hands... Don't want to get my hands dirty. Do you know how much he spent on his pre-mission manicure? He's not risking those cuticles for nothing. Only a lot later. Snake tried to get blacker and he's not doing a good job. It's not even that the OG combat is bad. The point is that fighting the monsters is a last resort thing. Black should be inkier. I have an OLED TV. Well, if you're watching my stream on your OLED TV, wouldn't you see the blacks as they're intended? Is this an OLED monitor, actually? I think I have an OLED monitor here. No, never mind. I think it's an LED monitor. I like it. I have no complaints about this monitor. I don't think the problem we were seeing in the Fury was anything to do with my monitor. I guarantee you that if I play Master Collection with the gamma turned down, or play the PS2 version emulated, it would not look like that. Uh-oh, uh-oh, I'm going too slow, I'm going too slow. I want to hold him up. I bet you can't hold him up. I bet he has AI like the Ocelots where you have to hold ups, but let's find out. I wonder if anyone in Twitch chat thinks that without the sign is up. Oh, I can't test his AI. Just that is a shot that would look so much cool. At least this fight is definitely way brighter in normal mode. I'm pretty sure Snake Eater is the only game in the series where stealth is a real factor for almost every boss fight, besides Crying Wolf. Volgan isn't a stealthy fight ever, though. Heads are small, which is why they say to go... Right, that's how Donald Trump dodged his bullets. The shooter was aiming for the head, and it turns out in real life that's a bad idea. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Didn't Reagan survive a headshot? I think it was a caliber problem, though. It was like a .22. Okay, let's... I'm doing something real interesting that I haven't done. Oh, no, we can't wake him up! Ah! Hang on, let's put him in a different line. I just realized that the poster he has just straight up says Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty on it. It has Ryzen striking particularly glamorous pose. Cool. Headshots are really hard in real life, and hitting the torso is extremely effective anyway, so no point in them usually. But wait, I thought the other thing going on is that in real life people jiggle their heads so much that it's that makes it that much harder. I don't know where I heard this. I don't know where I got the idea. It might have been some stupid Reddit comment or something, but like presidential speech coaches or just VIP speech coaches, oopsie whoopsie wrong locker in general, don't they actually advise the speakers to jiggle their heads a lot when they're talking just to reduce the chances of it happening so that you get like the Donald Trump situation where the shooter just completely misses and hits some poor guy in the back who everyone already forgot about. But yeah, jiggling your head when you're a very important person giving a public speech, or when you're in, like, say, a motorcade on a campaign trail. If you're a pope in the Pope mobile, like, is it just me, or do they tend to jiggle their head a lot when they're in public and in a large outdoor space where there is a potential risk of assassination? I feel like whenever I see presidents, and I'm not just talking about the fucking awful latest one either, just throughout my entire life, I feel like presidents keep their heads jiggling more when they're out in the outdoors giving speeches versus indoors. I think... Let's... hang on. I think something about this poster changes drastically from new style to legacy style. Oopsie boopsie, wrong button. Oh, it's past 11 o'clock. I need to think about wrapping up. Okay, we're gonna go back outside and hunt duckies. We're gonna hunt the duckies for the rest of the stream. Yeah! So... So in 2004, Shoko Hamada is a sexy swimsuit babe. And then 21 years later, in 2025, Shoko Hamada is is a cute mom with a cute baby. That is a really cute baby. I like how the difference is in like what is taking up the most space of what is aesthetically cute and pleasing about this, and this image is changing drastically over time. That is hilarious. I love that. That is so cute. Also, the arrow is still.
Sir. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Alright, now where's this Ducky? Can I use the microphone at the same time as the Ducky? Can I use the microphone at the same time as this guys? Why did I say that? Headshots are really hard. Right, okay, so we're still talking about how to avoid getting headshot if you're a public speaker. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't soldiers trained to aim for the torso? Yes, they are, since it's the largest possible area. Actually, didn't I like read somewhere that like police training has soldiers has police trained to aim for the torso, and soldiers are trained to aim for the limbs? Like I think I read, it might have been another stupid Reddit comment claiming that that's one of the reasons why US gun deaths by cops is such a problem, is that the training is actually more brutal and lethal than what soldiers are trained to do with their guns. That with cops it's less of a last resort, and that even when you're not shooting to incapacitate, you are shooting to kill. But the other thing going on in real life is that, like, I think this is how Reagan survived his headshot, is that the skull is actually a surprisingly thick piece of natural armor that, you're more likely that your bullet will just ricochet off the skull. It'll still give you a concussion and take you out of combat, but might not kill you compared to the bullet aiming at your torso and having a greater shot at getting between a rib cage and hitting a vital organ. Like even when it comes to accurately landing your shots, I think I've always heard that in real life you're not supposed to aim for the head just because it's an actually less, complete opposite of video game logic, less lethal place to aim. The rib cage is full of holes a bullet can slip through. The skull is not. And so if the caliber of the gun is low enough, at a distance long enough, and hits at a certain angle causing a ricochet, it might survive getting shot in the head like many people, I believe, have, including Ronald Reagan. The OG fight with the camera angles is always scary because you actually have to use the gameplay systems. We're talking about the Fury still. I played this with headphones for the first time and loved it. Very spooky. Oh, that skylight you never originally. It looks dark and stormy outside. I thought it was daytime. The glass supposed to be tinted super blue or something? I've got it. Good things never happen when I say those 4 words. Happened. Ducky. Oh man. Inaki Lukash. I think I'm having a gamer disagreement with you because I do not think that was a good spot for the duck. Okay, the handkerchief in the remake has always tripped me. Yeah, look at that. Look at how many tries that took. I think they did something to the handkerchief. If I'm going to make my real mark on the world, I need to make a mod for this game. Drastically expands the size of the hitbox of the handkerchief and delta. I thought I heard the Ducky coming from this corner of the building. Just couldn't figure out what elevation. Oh wow, Fonzie, on my side. It's undeniable here how much different it is. So much better, Jesus Christ. Kill all fixed camera deniers! Careful, you don't want the gamer police showing up at your house arresting you for threats, right? Okay, when I was standing on the staircase, I heard the Ducky coming from this corner. Snake's shooting stance, a little anachronistic, but kind of makes. What are you doing? Are you talking about the CQC judo karate stuff? Anachronistic is maybe a polite way of putting how silly that stuff is. I don't think I'm in the Duckies. I was hearing the Ducky. Yeah, to my left now. Lockers. That's where that would. There was no vibration from the stomach ache or too much vibration. I think when I vomited in the middle of the Fury fight, it might have been because I was switching Snake's directions a lot. I was technically turning him 180 degrees and so forth. Oh, I wonder if it's in a locker. That'd be cute. I wonder if the sound is muffled because of the locker. I'm gonna very slowly pan this thing at. Funny how the modern camera system tries to make the control feel less old, make the entire fight feel. That is a good point. Things just to take a step back towards like carnival, rigged carnival, rubber ducky shooting gallery stuff. Point and click on bad guys. That's a simpler way of solving problems. Manipulate the camera, get a clean... Get a good third-person visibility on bad guy, then position your character to face the bad guy, then hold down the first-person shot button, then the Weddy Reppin' button, and then release. I feel like this actually unironically came, the complicated controls for Metal Gear Solid 2 and onwards. I think there's even documentary evidence for this, and this might have been said out loud before, that the complicated gun controls of Metal Gear Solid 2 and onwards did actually come from gun range experience in America that Kojima and team went on for research trips when going to New York to take pictures for the game and stuff too. For Metal Gear 2, they did this Vanity Company trip, team building exercise, where they went to the mountains and camping and did quote-unquote survival training. And I think that reminds me of when I was a kid going to Air Force camp, and how some instructors will like chase you woods. You kind of learn basic geometric pie slicing concepts of where not to go to cross someone else's sight line who you know is on the other side of the hill, but if you don't cross the ridgeline of the hill, you know you're hidden from them, etc., and so forth. And that some of the basic rules of Metal Gear Stealth germinated from that company team building research trip. And then the complicated gun controls, that seems like gun range stuff being applied to someone who like is not surrounded by guns as part of their culture. Like, ooh. Okay. Yeah, like the gun is a complicated machine that can, that is so much more complex than just point and shoot at bad guys and bad guy dies. I wonder where Western game design, including like European stuff, would have adapted that concept of the gun as an extension of your own controller versus a machine you are operating with the controller. Because in VR games, the gun really is a complicated machine. Yeah, it was like blowing my mind how simplified the firearms operation and handling are in first-person shooter games when I was going through the VR slop back in the good old days. It was so fun having to learn how to reload a gun every time you got a new gun, even if the final result is that you point and shoot at a bad guy. The way you get there was like a puzzle. It felt like playing Metal Gear Solid 2 on the PlayStation 2 in 2002 for the first time. Where is this fucking Ducky? I'm starting to run out of stream time. I hear it, but it's like coming from some kind of impossible space. Sigan talks about this gun, but isn't it like a prototype? Yeah, no, you're right, that is why, but they also have thermal goggles and night vision goggles and... Colonel Volgin has lightning magic. They're allowed to call it an M16 if they want. It's a prototype M16, so they call it an XM16, and that... I feel like that kind of disconnects me from the cultural reference points that the game's all about. Did you notice how I accidentally pressed the CQC button because I was trying to roll over the railing, but in New Style they have them switched every now and then and it's a little confusing? Oh my gosh, maybe I was hearing the sound of the sound waves echoing off the walls instead of hearing the bunny, the Ducky itself. Where's the Ducky? I must be close, but I can't imagine where it would be. The geometry here is so flat and artificial. Oh, maybe it's... Oh! This was a good Ducky. I liked this Ducky. Can I get on top? Yeah! I did not know that these plants were interactable! Metal Gear Solid 3 pro tip from someone who's played it gazillion times. The plants in the Grinany Gorky facility on the first floor, kind of the east wing of the building.
Sir. Forgive me for troubling you, sir. Forgive me for troubling you, sir. Forgive me for troubling you, sir.
Maybe the handkerchief is more reliable if first person.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Link. Here I should have a clean shot at the Ducky. This was a good Ducky. It's been a while since I've been impressed by Ducky placement. That's good feel. Phew. I'm still kind of unsure of how exactly the sound works. I think I need to be imagining it as way more quiet. Huh? What am I getting a call for?
Snake, wait! Are you just going to leave Rykov
Okay.
outside of the locker? If someone finds the real Rykov, you won't be able to get away with disguising yourself as him, and you won't be able to get into the West Wing either.
Okay.
Mission failed.
What?
Go back and put him in the locker. Hurry!
But all the luck? Did I just soft lock myself out of the... Did I actually ruin a run here? You could play this game 40 times instead. I've never heard that before. Okay, are any lockers functional? Is there a single functional locker? Oh, yeah, there are. Okay. Oh, maybe he wants him inside the special Metal Gear Solid 2 locker. XM because it's still experimental in 1964. Is it an XM M16 or just an XM16? I always thought it was an XM. It's an XM16E1. Even if it just said M16E1. If it said M16XE1, it's because the first letter is the X. Yeah, no, like when I was a kid, I never really connected the dots here, that this was like a Vietnam War iconography thing we were seeing. But now it's clear. And I just wish that one letter wasn't there to throw the immediate recognition of such an iconic symbol of the American experiment going wrong. Yeah, like... in terms of iconic classic American firearms, the Tommy gun has charm. The M1 Garand has nobility and righteousness. The M16 is like black and pointy. The Tommy gun it looks funny. It looks fat and chubby. The Garand looks classy and wooden. From a more civilized time. The M16 is pointy and black and threatening looking. There is nothing about it that is aesthetically appealing. It is a different kind of... There's a certain symbolism there that is infamous. And the M4A1 is almost exactly the same thing, isn't it? It's just like more modular, so you can put a stack of tactical scopes and flashlights all over the place. But otherwise the same concept of the gun. I think they made it a little more reliable. Right, yeah, no, it was like built to fail to a certain extent. Wasn't it designed to require a big industrial capitalist economy to support? Compared to the AK and maybe the earlier World War II guns? Or are those stories exaggerations from earlier trial runs? Yeah, Yeah, the M16 is interesting. It's like, it's a complicated symbol. It really fits the theme of the game that they're going for, with how much Vietnam imagery they're pulling from, and how at the end of the game, Snake's patriotism goes away. I'm looking for the Ducky. I'm looking for the Ducky. Hello. Did I see that guy doing the squatting thing? I know that there's a soldier who does a squatting thing when you wake up from the waterfall and sneak back into Groznygrad. But, never knew a soldier would do a squat here. Alright, let's put on the Ducky pajamas and give this place a duck scan. Oh, I'm actually looking for the Froggy. Even better, way easier. Always wondered why the guns in this game had so many numbers attached to them. Curious how they got a prototype that far into Soviet Russia. There's a call about it. I think it's like a defector brings it over or something. Dun 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 dun. Ducky! I mean Froggy! How should I do this with the watching? Let's put on bias, faded camo, and pop him with the tranquil. Oh, never mind. Oops. Also, right, Tajikistan. Okay, so the mountainous, snowy, pine wood area around Groznygrad, in the full color, without the green filter that makes the whole game in the original version look like a hot, sweaty, humid zone. This looks like Russia, right? This looks like what you think of when you close your eyes and think of Russia. But right over... Okay, where would it be? It would be south. What direction is south? I'm looking at it. Right over this mountain range, there's a river valley where the climate is humid, and it evokes a tropical jungle. Although I think there still is actually a question at play in whether or not this game takes place in a tropical jungle. Yoink! Because the twist is that all the tropical jungle animals are escaped from the lab. But there's muddy swamps. It looks like there's humidity. Eva is hot and needs to take her... She unzips her hot, sweaty motorcycle jumpsuit. There's a lot of water, foliage. But here it's snowing. You, like, pass over a mountain range. Like, there's some kind of natural border. Or on the other side of the border, it's Russia, and then on the other side of the border, it's like a recently conquered satellite republic territory, or jungly climate. And I don't think Tajikistan itself, like, counts tropical humid jungle, but there are some very, very thick, lush forests, and occasion I've seen pictures of soldiers operating in this area with similar Russian equipment, and boy oh boy does it sure do look like they're in Metal Gear Solid 3, and I think we can hard confirm that that's Tajikistan, but this looks like Russia, but it's not. Tajikistan is close. Alright, we got a Ducky somewhere around here. Am I hidden up here? Test it out. Because I wasn't able to escape from combat by hiding up. I think I'm out of view of them by nature. What is it? Not a ridge line, a container line. I'm hiding behind the container. Ducky's that way. We got a ways to go. I thought that was the shoulder sling wrapped around the stock. The sad thing is a lot of new old players prefer the easier and more efficient. Yeah, it's overwhelming. And I don't know if it'll course correct at this point either, because it's been so long. New generation has grown up with over-the-shoulder point-and-click on bad guys being their childhood nostalgia, and that's really when permanent social change kicks in. They're learning. Where is this cute little yellow rubber ducker boy? Oh, I know how to take out the guards in this area real easily without having to go through a whole bunch of muss and fuss about it. This might actually have to be the last area I clear out for duckies because of the time, but I do want to watch... I do want to watch some Metal Gear Stupids. Aw. Yay! I guess that solves the mystery. That is significantly more reliable in first person. But it sure does look funny in third person, and I hate to lose that visual comedy. I'm getting used to it, but I feel like it shouldn't have taken so many failed attempts to get used to it. Alright, now I can hunt for the Ducky and Pete. Tempted to raid them for supplies, but I just don't think I got time. Oops. I don't know. Nothing's wrong, it's just me.
Sir.
Your excellent CO Rykov.
Thank you, sir.
They don't call in an alert if it's Rykov who knows.
Sir. Keep up the fine work, sir.
Hey, Ducky! Oh, that's easy. Once again, I'm a little disappointed by Ducky. But higher review.
What's wrong?
Alright, I really need to catch up with Twitch chat too. I guess I can do it while some of the... Nah, I want to enjoy the stupid videos. Don't I need to aim high? Because, yeah, let me actually use a regular gun. The projectile drop. Mark 22. A little hard to gauge from...
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
In the PS2 version, you could hardly see his face through the reflection. It made him look... Read. Those damn Soviet lights and their bulletproof bulbs. Funny enough, rendering in games has regressed in interesting ways. Modern engines like UE5 rely intensely on upscaling low-res effects to match the target resolution, and since the effect is dithered and noisy, they rely on TAA to hide it as much as they can, and what TAA is doing is slightly shaking the screen to hide the pixelation, literally like how PS2 interlaced rendering would flicker to hide the low resolution. A lot of jargon. The exposed lights are shootable, the cage safety lights are not. I thought I saw an exposed light that was not shootable. In any case, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and pee real quick. I don't want to pee a bit from laughing at these. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm right back. I wonder if some scenes are still using baked lights, and they figured people wouldn't mess with the lights in that area. That was a boss area, as opposed to one where you get a little more quiet time to sneak around and experiment with all the interactive elements. They're practicing their dance routine sync. I have a lot of chat to catch up on. Fimsy Dice 416, what is this? I don't know. Somebody killed a spammer, spam bot, spam bot, spam bot. They're not real. Cigarettes with salami inside. Also, there's a spam bot. I saw a neat lighter the other day that fitted blue cool. The arrow had a baby. That man literally kicked air at you. Snake spins straight gas. Feels like you're playing more for a person shooter than Metal Gear Stealth at times, thanks to the new style. Maybe that's why I was having so much fun just killing guys and luring them around corners. I still feel guilty about how many people I killed before I reloaded my latest quick save. Fizzant uses a locked top-down camera. I don't want to think about Fizzant when it's time to play Fizzant. Ludo-perceptive? Ludo-perceptive dissonance! Oh, Inaki Lukash! I kinda wish they tweet the AI a bit for Ludo-perceptive dissonance. Wow. Ludo-perceptive dissonance. The dissonance between guards being able... between you being able to see something that your opponent in the game cannot. And how the game logic doesn't seem to really convey an equal match between you and your opponents in the game you're playing with them. Yeah. Yeah, there's dissonance there. Ludo-perceptive dissonance. Someone's hungry and that hurt my better. Inspect it. Minefield, more like minefield room. Yeah, you're on a roll. You're better at English than me right now. They should let you carry more tarantulas and snakes. Turn this game into Pokemon. Going into combat in Silent Hill should feel even more pointless than triggering an alert in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 on purpose. Okay, there's a cage, not a ball. And the cage transforms into a balled up snake on impact. He's enjoying Metal Gear way too much and I'm an hour behind chat. Impact. Wait, what? Did I make Roller 42 feel bad too? Oh no, I'm hurting the feelings of two fans. Feels like you're playing more third-person shooter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what hurt Roller 42, but at least I'm happy it wasn't me. Are we gonna see a review of Silent Hill F? Nope. I mean, I haven't played it. I don't know if I'm gonna be interested in playing it for a while. I want to play it someday, but by someday I mean within the next year. I've got my next few videos planned out. Snake looking at a fully loaded shotgun. Herm, I bet if I throw this I can... Okay, the other thing, Paloozas. Are we going to see a review of Silent Hill F? I don't know if I want to do basic reviews. Every time a new hot game comes out and I want to capitalize on it, which really has been like, what, a year and a half, 2 years now? It's got to be about something interesting. So maybe the historical context of Japan being sexist in the 1960s, sure. That sounds interesting, but it's probably already been done by others. When I get to Silent Hill F, I gotta think of something. It's not gonna be a basic review. It can't be. It's too... Those are boring. Those are really boring now. I feel like people don't actually watch them for pragmatic purposes. They just want to hear their own opinions get parroted back at them through a voice who they think sounds smart. But the reality is I'm not smart. I just read a lot. And you don't come out the womb being able to say interesting things about Silent Hill F. It would take a massive amount of interest and passion and research. If I play the game and enjoy it, I feel like at this point in my life that's kind of an experience I want for me. And if I play a game for a review, or if I play a game even for a topical research video, then that's an experience for money to pay my bills. And my bills are not something that I associate with positive thoughts right now. I mean, I don't know. There would have to be some kind of interesting angle I would go at it from. And I just... If you're asking if you want to hear an internet celebrity, quote-unquote celebrity, who you like, talk to you about why you should enjoy Silent Hill F and just kind of reinforce your positive opinions, I think that's what you would get out of my streams. But it's killing me. It's disheartening almost if I would end up making videos like that again. Even though I'm not getting the view counts I used to, the burnout set in. And furthermore, the media landscape has changed so much that that's like an obsolete concept almost. Yeah, review videos have supplanted text reviews, but ultimately, I still don't want to watch them because they're going to spoil me more than a text review would. But ultimately, at the end of the point of that product still, as much as I hated it, as much as a lot of writers hated it, it's so disheartening as a writer that the point of the review is still, at the end of the day, the score at the end, is to answer whether or not the game is good in the short term right now, right after launch when it's at its most expensive. And that is a question that becomes less relevant as time goes forward. And really understanding a game, getting good at the game, climbing the learning curve, and also not only that, but really synchronizing your mindset with that of the developer and playing it the way they want you to, and seeing what they want you to get out of it. That takes months. That is not something that you get on your first playthrough of most games. And being able to speak authoritatively about those kinds of topics is not something you would get after your first playthrough, even if it was a good playthrough where you were simultaneously enjoying yourself in a way the game developer wanted you to, that gave you great meanings of the ludonarrative messages going on. Yeah, I have complicated thoughts about what I will be doing with myself whenever I play Silent Hill F. Because the other thing that happens when you've been in this game for a decade or longer is that the time that you spend playing a game, and it takes so much time to play a game, is you get this subconscious tick of wanting to turn that time into money. And it's a bad place to be. And I don't want to be in that place. When I was playing through Metal Gear Solid Delta, people got mad. There are 2 comments on my stream VODs that are negative comments that were mad that I did not upload my first impressions. I'm sorry, guys. Those first impressions are for me. I would have had less fun. I would have had less fun playing the game on stream in front of everyone, or recording my first impressions for review and turning it into a work product to pay my bills with on a tough deadline that also would hold me to massive amounts of public scrutiny while the game is still new. That means your view counts are higher. And now that I have like a stabilized audience and some alternate revenue streams, I am not as susceptible to those economic forces before. But I was for so long that I got burnt out on playing new games on a very shallow level, and then working another 40 hours on top of that to make the video. I mean, it'll take 40 hours to finish the game on a exhaustive, deep level, and a lot of that time under deadline pressure will be pretty frustrating and kill the joy of it. See Breath of the Wild review. And then you got to work the video on top of that. And after, like sometimes when I sit down on my editing program, there is a physiological block. Like I'll want to get up and go to the bathroom. I'll start feeling nauseous or something. If I'm really not feeling the project, it hurts in a physiological way than it did before. Anyways, I'm looking forward to playing Silent Hill F someday. Not anytime soon, but someday. And I want to make sure that when I do it, I'm in the right headspace for it. Otherwise, the content won't be good. Woo! I'm catching up with chat. I'm sorry if the image on the screen's boring. Now every day is Metal Gear Friday. Honestly, oh, did I miss the title of the stream? I did, didn't I? I forgot to change it before the stream. I'll be playing something different on Friday for the first time in a while, even though I'm not tired of this yet. I love this. I love this game so much. Whether it's new style or legacy style, I love this game so much. Does he fight if you wake him up? Turns out we don't wake him up. I know exactly what you're talking about, Kanzid, even though I'm an hour behind. GZ, I think it was done as a concession for not able to knock. Thankfully, I'm not American, so I doubt my country's presidents have to do that! I know what you're talking about, the presidential VIP head bobble. Please help, he needs one follower to start playing MGS Delta. I need to defeat my family. Look left and right to look at the crowd. Defensive head twerk, that's adorable. Oh, now you're talking about the model who's a hot, sexy bikini babe. And then 20 years later, they're a cute mom with a cute baby. Weirdly wholesome LMAO. I like how confused the baby is. Konami just went with it too. Is this area any different in black and white? Yes, they all are different. Soldiers aren't trained to aim for limbs for a number of reasons. Not a guarantee of stopping someone, and it can be considered needlessly cruel. Head shift rage increased 500%. I am the gamer police. I guess what I was trying to say is his form is modern, but it could be explained away by most special forces having their own training styles. New game idea. Add receiver-style gun controls to an MGS-style game. Just add receiver-style gun controls to any game. I believe Kojima actually shot weapons with James Cameron, of all people. I think that was for 3. 2, they did SWAT clearing training. But yeah, I did the same thing for Metal Gear Solid 2. The movies, I guess. I loved Half-Life 2 VR for precisely that reason. Ready or Not kind of does it with the different stances. The guns were so interesting to use. Firewall was fun. Honestly, guns feeling like a complicated machine in MGS2 onwards is kind of like the horse in Shadow of the Colossus feels like an animal with its own mind rather than a bike. That was hilariously jerky. Dropped like you were magnetized to the floor. The fun factoid. That's an awesome Ducky. Yeah, that was a good Ducky. We had one good Ducky. You can stop learning new things. You can't stop learning. This plant saved my Margaron. I literally learned how to effectively use the croc cap on my latest playthrough. The guards don't recognize you if you use the D-pad to slowly wade towards them. So, and that means in this version it's the LB, the stalk button. X is experimental all the time, like MGS4's XM8 or XM25. Also the Thompson as well. The M16 is an unironically Darth Vader coded. Yeah, the M16 looks like a Darth Vader villain. The M1 Garand looks like a noble soldier on the right side of history. The Tommy gun looks like a fat, chubby, greedy gangster. Like, they have their personalities that are associated with the era. The M16 is a shameful episode of American imperialism where the country had to grapple with thoughts of being the villain in someone else's story compared to these other iconic firearms. The 1911, right. Yeah, that looks harsh, jagged, very square, like an earlier industrial machine made it, but it's also like timeless. They're still using it 110 years later. It just works. I guess it kind of evokes a time when machines, when they're developed for life or death purposes like that, were designed for... The M16 was designed for a bit of planned obsolescence and to support a maintenance and an industrial economy. The 1911, I guess it was just designed to work. The early M16 sucked. They didn't think how rifles would actually function in a humid jungle environment. I've heard that the story is... I've heard the stories, Hannibal Montana, but I have heard that they're more complicated than that. That it had something to do with early trial runs. And the soldiers themselves not handling it properly, but that the moral of the story might still ring true nonetheless with the complicated minutiae. I know Eugene Stoner wanted to make it with the most modern materials available, and everyone in the armies thought it sucked because it wasn't made of wood. Funnily enough, it wasn't because they mixed up the ammunition. They didn't use the type. It was M16A3 had mounts for stuff. I remember first getting an issue in M4 and liking it solely because it was lighter. Which is a point, right? It was either an oversight or they decided to skimp to save cost. The bad reputation of the M16s in NAM is a misconception. Oh, here we go. Now the complications are coming on. The rifles were mostly fine, but the problem lied with them switching up the powder for supplied ammo for the tests, using cheaper/older stuff that behaved differently pressure-wise, and also not supplying cleaning kits. That's the complication. But that still sounds like you're talking about a complicated machine that might not work right if something that easy to miss in the logistics gets fudged up. It's not associated with reliability. The fact that the bad reputation of the M16s in Vietnam is a misconception still sounds like you're just adding asterisks to the reasons why the M16 might not be famous for reliability or beloved iconic imagery in general. And one thing that absolutely really creeps a lot of left-leaning Americans out is how the AR-15 and the M4 style silhouette shows up on so much gun rights propaganda nowadays. Like, that's what you want to defend your home, apparently. And it's just like, it's a nasty image to look at. It's so pointy. Like, it almost looks more like you're looking at a nasty, rusty medieval sword than like Grandpa's hunting shotgun mounted over the fireplace that you might associate with some sort of mythical, rugged frontiersman nobility sort of iconography. The M16 is a narrow arrow pointing at someone, as opposed to a smithed tube with a wooden stock. Early M16s did require a lot of preventative care, which is part of the reason why they got a bad rap, plus the clean... Oh, also black. It's black. Yeah, common association with death and pain and misery is just the fact that the whole gun is black. From top to bottom, forward to back. There's no classy wood type looking parts on that. The black rifle. The black triangle pointing at someone it kills. Sharp climate changes like that happen sometime. Bariloche is like that. Like Washington State, and it's it's pretty cold out there, but there's a valley really close by that's humid and jungle-like. Yeah, just junky. There's a crossbow bolt stuck on Snake's chest for the rest of the whole game at the final cutscene. Oh my god, I wonder if, when they're at the hotel cabin in Alaska, and him and Eva are gonna hug and kiss, if he's gonna have the big bolt poking out of his chest for that would be so good. I hope so. Isn't this area supposed to be somewhere in central northern Russia? Nothing but tundra there. Okay, so Bengal 61. The complication is that in the briefing cutscene, it looks like Major Zero points a laser pointer or flashlight or something at a projector screen showing northern Siberia, but the lore of the game supports Tajikistan, which technically was Soviet territory in 1964. However, it was a satellite republic. And in the game, people call it Russia. I think in real life at the time, they would have called it Tajikistan, but the Soviet Republic of Tajikistan. But in the manual of Metal Gear 2, it says that outer heaven in Metal Gear 2 is Tajikistan. They even show you a map of Tajikistan. What do they call it? They call it Zanzibar land, but the map looks like Tajikistan. When they describe the location of Zanzibar land, it should be in where Tajikistan is. It's like between Russia, China, and the Middle East. So it's some not eastern, but Asian steppe country, and Tajikistan is in that region, but it is one that's not steppe. It's got mountains on one side and jungles on the other, just like in Metal Gear Solid 3. In the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 3, when they're flying the gunship into Selinoyarsk, they say, "We're passing over Pakistan airspace," and then a few minutes later they say, "Now we're entering Russian airspace." that would actually match up to Tajikistan. The lore, the lore, I think Metal Gear Solid 4, the novelization of Metal Gear Solid 4 then cements it permanently and says that Big Boss reestablished Outer Haven as Zanzibar land in the territory we commonly call Tajikistan. And I think that also points to mind some pre-9/11 translation quirks where they didn't want to call it Zanzibar Stan because international audiences might not have been familiar with the countries using the Persian naming traditions of Stan. It's Tajikistan. I think at this point I'm perfectly comfortable accepting it. The magical mystery of Metal Gear Solid 3's setting has now been solved. It's Tajikistan. It's not a mystery anymore. Okay, so you know how PS2 era games had flickery image quality, but it was kind of hidden by CRT TVs. Nowadays, games render effects in a flickery way too, and the way to solve it is to blur the image in fancy ways. We didn't know how good we had it during the PS3 and PS4 eras with very sharp image quality. Speak for yourself. I still think PS3 games kind of look like ass a bit. Silent Hill F is so bland and boring, it's not worth a George review. Man, what even is the consensus on this? It got... Because, like, Metal Gear Solid Delta, I think, got decent reviews. I think Silent Hill F got, like, kind of mediocre-leaning positive reviews, but that was review scores. Fan reception was actually really positive, but that's because they liked it getting kind of sort of mediocre review scores, because the review economy is there to, like, gauge what the game is compared to the conventions of its launch theater. It's not... It is a useful metric, but it's not useful for beautiful writing. And that's the difference between criticism and reviewing. With reviewing, you're just saying if this thing fits in the current economic dynamics of its time at its release. When you're critiquing something, you're really getting to the meat of the art of that. And for video games, that takes remarkably longer than all other mediums because of the learning curve, the difficulty curve, and how your headspace, if it's not matching up with where the game wants you to be, you just may never, ever get it. There are some games that are just not for some people for the rest of their entire lifetimes. And that's fine, but not if you need to write something about it for money to pay the bills! And whenever I do write something about video games, I want it to be good criticism with something I really truly do understand. I don't want to say whether or not it's good or bad. I don't even want to justify whether or not I think it's good or bad. I want to discover something interesting about it and share that with the world. Or look at it in an interesting way and share that with the world. George is too high and mighty for Silent Hill F. I can't believe Bunny Hop hates Japanese women so much. Oh. I'll just slap an 8 out of 10 all of it, call it good. Yeah, that's really, though, how it works. That is the purpose of 8 out of 10. An 8 out of 10 is when you can tell that the thing is fine, but you might not really be into it right now. You don't have the time to appreciate it. It's not really sparking joy, but you can tell that it will spark millions of other people joy. The 8 out of 10 has its purpose. It's easy to make fun of, but it serves its utilitarian purpose of a utilitarian, dispassionate, economically motivated review economy world. Honestly, I feel it's going to be more fun if you embrace reviewing games the same way you did with the Jutaro review, aiming closer to how the game made you feel and the media that inspired it instead of being technical about it. Well, the other thing is with that Jutaro Reviewtaro video is that I interviewed the developer too, and you can't really schedule something like that on a timely notice with most reviews where you want to get them out a week after launch. I didn't talk about the gameplay at all. Yeah, that is an example, but I still feel like it's a little more lightweight compared to what I need to be doing, because apparently view counts on that were shit. You're a very creative person, George. Since you stopped doing as many reviews, I've seen you come up with a lot of interesting videos. I love George's anti-clickbait title for Breath of the Wild review. Me too. One of my funniest review interpretations was, I just so happened, the video was written in limericks, and I just so happened to upload it on what was weirdly National Poetry Appreciation Day or something. That was complete and total coincidence. But a lot of comments thought that I deliberately wrote that in limericks for National Poetry Appreciation Day, and that makes me a pretentious blowhard. No, believe me, there's other reasons why I'm a pretentious blowhard, but that's not one. I wrote it in limericks to make it repulsive. I picked a thumbnail of the camera just closing up on a wall texture, and I didn't have any visible unless you could identify that texture from the thumbnail, there's no way people would have known by thumbnail what I was talking about. And then the title of the video is just, I don't know if I like this thing everyone loves so much right now. Like, it was deliberately designed to stay within my audience and not break out of anywhere else. But that doesn't matter either, because some overzealous leftist game reviewer made fun of me for playing coy with my audience and spreading negativity and hate, and then I sent them a DM saying, no, it's not. I'm afraid of my audience and I need to make something to make money because this is my job. Hey, by the way, it's your jobs too. We're colleagues. Can you please treat me with respect? And then they rescinded the statement. But anyways, I'm cool with you waiting a year or two to sit with the game and write something that you feel passionate about. That being said, I hope you get around to playing Avowed and you feel inspired enough to make a video about it. What's Avowed? I'll find out later. You could put a flag on an M1 Garand. I got a 1911 airsoft replica. It's cool in vintage way. Indeed, it doesn't look old, though. Timeless indeed. Right, and what else from 1911 looks that timeless? The business suit. Yeah, the 1911 is the business suit of firearms. Around the turn of the 1900s, an aesthetic symbol entered the world that would stick around for the next century and doesn't look like it's going to go away for the next century later. It's the modern business suit. The world is entering the industrial era and some things just will not change. I guess the M1911 and the modern business suit are of a similar blood with that. All right, this is fun. I've had a very uninteresting image on the screen for a while, but boy oh boy is talking about these chat messages fun. Woo! These guards are so nice. They react like they've been hit from far away just to make their CO feel good. Also, I like this YouTuber Neril, who has a type of video he describes as too late, who gives a shit, which is when he makes a review or talks about a topic long past the prime point to do so. But on the plus side, he makes those if he has something of value to say, which is nice. Military grenade equals lowest bidder shit most of the time. I remember camping in northern Washington and being surprised at how much of a sauna it turned out to be. Yeah, it has more to do with, like, elevation and how much water is nearby. Oh, I guess all the thick tree cover helps too. But yeah, it does weirdly make sense. Like, I've hiked in Appalachia, and when you're at the bottom of the mountains, you feel hot and humid, compared to when you're at the top of the mountains, when you feel cold and humid. But you definitely can see. Oh no! One of the coolest examples I saw on this was in my bike trip, where I was camping in Arizona, and at the top of the mountains there was this camp that looked like a redwood forest. Like real big, thick trees, and the way that the forest floor is looks in that kind of climate is very different from here in Georgia in the south, the Appalachia stuff. When you're in the south and you're in one of these hot, humid southern forests, the floor is nasty. Like the floor of the forest is covered in dead stuff, dead leaves, dead sticks, dead branches, there's a good year's worth of dead plant matter under your feet, and it's diverse. There's also a lot of mud. The humidity makes sure that there's a good layer of mud under you almost at all times. If you rolled around in the dirt as a kid in the woods in the south, you will be really dirty. You need a bath. And this was pretty new at the time. I think it was 22 years old. And in the West Coast, just like the west half of the United States, it's not like that. It was like a pretty alien environment. The mildest of alien terms, of course. The forest in this Arizona National Forest on the mountains that I was camping at was dry. And there was like a nice clean bed of pine straw on the ground because all the trees were coniferous. They were conifers. They were covered in pine straw instead of leaves. So when they shed, they drop pine straw on the ground. And in the South, you got to pay good money to a good landscaping company to achieve anywhere close to that effect. In the West, it just happens naturally. But anyways, I remember waking up in the morning and in this California redwood looking forest environment, and then I got on the road and twisted around this mountain road, and within 30 fucking minutes I was looking at the classic Looney Tunes Roadrunner desert. There was like a butt mountain in the distance. There was just this cylinder of dirt popping up from the ground. The road I was going down was zigzagging like a Looney Tunes cartoon into the... I'm pretty sure those environments are based off of Southern California, but in southwestern Arizona, you get a similar look. And there was a 30-minute change by bicycle speed. Like, imagine by car. By car, you would have seen the climate change in 5 minutes. But in bike, you get to feel it on your skin. And yeah, like I felt the moisture go away by the minute. The temperature drastically changed by the minute, and it was perfectly correlated with elevation. Up at the top of the mountains, you were in a redwood California forest. At the bottom of the mountains, you were descending into the Looney Tunes Roadrunner desert. People called the USSR Russia in the same way people call the UK England. Did they? I thought Zanzibar land was where Freddie Mercury was from. Tajiks are cool. They speak a dialect of Persian. People call USSR Russia. I am wondering about that, because I don't know exactly. I haven't seen... I guess one thing that was pretty interesting is watching Andrei Rublev, the Tarkovsky movie. I think that was made in the late 50s. There's a very strange scene where they talk about how the Russians at the Orthodox monasteries are being terrorized by Tartars. And the Tartars are like these Asian-looking guys. It almost looks like there's some sort of yellow peril racism going on, where you see Mongolian-looking horse warriors burst into the Russian monasteries and terrorize the locals. And at some point, the main character says, "I can't believe these Russians are fighting other Russians and we're just fighting each other. Can't we all get along? We're all Russians, right?" And it seemed like an attempt, a potentially Soviet-influenced nation-building nationalism thing that seemed weirdly anachronistic and artificial for the medieval time period, for them, weirdly modern, out of its time, that these fuzzy-capped Asian horse warriors who were terrorizing Russian monks in an Orthodox monastery who are dressed up like Gandalf with big beards, both being described as Russians. That might be the one case where I did see that happen, where territories that for a good past century or so you wouldn't associate with Russia ended up getting associated with Russia. PS3 games looked like ass because of bloom and piss colors, but if you play PS3 games on a PC, it's sharp as hell and clean. Avowed is in the Pillars of Eternity universe. Oh, neat. A first-person action RPG spin-off of Pillars. Oh, was that the one that I saw people compare favorably to an Elder Scrolls game because it was made by a smaller team with more polish and focus, but it's a smaller game, so I guess that's the trade-off you make? Wasn't the toaster made around 1911? 1893, apparently. Early toasters look like torture devices. I thought toasters were remarkable because their basic design hasn't been updated for a long time. I don't know. I don't know what 1911 era toasters look like. What do 1925 toasters look like? It's so weird to think there hasn't been a collection with it. There's that trivia that the Xbox 360 version existed but was never released because of all the one-disc boasting. Kanzi, it is so weird to think... It's not as weird to me. I mean, when you were growing up with console war propaganda, they really... I think John Carmack, it might not be propaganda, it might legitimately be very strange engineering going on with the PS3. John Carmack had a quote about just how difficult it was to port games to PS3 compared to the Xbox 360. PS3 had very strange hardware that most developers did not know how to exploit very well until the end of that generation. The Xbox 360 version of Bayonetta is superior to the PS3. I think the Xbox 360 version of the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection is superior to the PS3 version. Metal Gear Solid 4, at the time, looked ahead of its time, and nowadays it kind of looks like a brown and bloomy pee and poo-poo PS3 game. But it was, like, the best-looking game on consoles around for a while. And it probably had to do with very unique, weird tricks of making it unique to weird hardware. It also employs a lot of 6-axis movement stuff. I think when you're piloting around the Metal Gear Mark II, it gets employed a lot. But yeah, between the 6-axis controller functions, which is something that's happened with a lot of Metal Gear games that the porting studios have had to get creative with working around. That stuff really does add a huge pain in the ass for these companies. It doesn't surprise me. It's been in PS3 jail for a long time, but I think that's because there's been a pretty universal acknowledgement behind the scenes that it was engineered from the ground up for the PS3 specifically, and that porting games to and from the PS3 has been notoriously difficult for the entire history of its console. If it gets out of PS3 jail, that seems like it's more of an event than other games. I think the Xbox 360 version of Metal Gear Rising even is technically superior to the PS3 version. Yeah, getting Metal Gear Solid 4 off of PS3 is more of an event than getting other Metal Gear games on other platforms. It's been in PS3 jail for a long time, and for what I would argue is good reason. Alright, where did I leave off on chat? The Big Bend has wildly varying biospheres packed into a relatively small area. I tickled the Big Bend with my bike ride, and good lord, that is one of the most gorgeous places on planet Earth. I would love to go back someday. I grew up in a boreal forest biome, so the ground being covered in pine needles is a very nostalgic image to me. It's weirdly alien to me. When I think of the woods, I think of a lot of shit crunching under your feet. Maybe squishing. Soft, muddy, squishy gunk on the forest floor. The forest floor having a nice clean layer of pine needles is still weird to me. It would take me a while to get used to that if I moved out there. That reminds me of the high, dry desert in central Oregon, so different from the Northwest. Lovely vistas. I lived in Georgia for a couple years and distinctly remember the feeling of sweat rolling down my back in the shade. Unique feeling for a city boy from the Pacific Northwest. It sucks. Summer here fucking sucks, and I hate it. The South was like uninhabitable for... Jesus Christ. Yeah, the South was like uninhabitable by most in the post-industrial era. It was not urbanized for the longest time because of air conditioning. Like if you look at population maps of just human density over time, the South is not comfortable to live in unless, guess what, you're in a really big expensive house with high ceilings. Yeah, it's absolutely miserable. The humidity and the heat in the summertime makes basic normal human constructions uncomfortable to live in. And until the invention of air conditioning. Unless you're in a heavily ventilated non-insulated wooden shack where the wind can blow through the planks of wood or something like that, then you're gonna have a bad time. My apartment in this condo, like this is a big issue with the condo building I live in, is the humidity and heat in summer. Modern, normal houses that you see all across America are worse in the South because of the humidity. Oh, the fucking mold. This is not like if there ever was a case that the different cities in American the American suburban architecture should not be as uniform as it is, I feel like the stuff we have going on in the South is the classic example of it. It's outrageous that these buildings are not habitable by humans unless you have a billion-dollar air conditioning infrastructure in the post-industrial world. If there is a social collapse and air conditioning is no longer able to be supported, so many people, I do not think I'm exaggerating, so many people will die of heat stroke or some kind of mold-based illness complication if the air conditioning infrastructure in the American Southeast goes down. It sucks. I hate it. I can't wait to get the infrastructure and utility and facilities in this building back in order so that it's not as big of an issue. They're supposed to change out our air filters. I gotta vacuum the gunk out of my air conditioning units, and if I don't, they don't work, and it gets slimy and sweaty and wet in here, and this layer of mold dust will gather on things unless you turn the air conditioner on for a few hours. Anyways. I'm almost caught up with chat. I have a 1960s toaster and exactly the same as modern ones. So, a wizard, extra-dimensional scientist, John Carmack. Even wizard, extra-dimensional scientist, libertarian tax evader John Carmack is, wait, no, tax avoider, let me correct that. John Carmack was unable to comfortably port games on and off the PS3. They got to bust out MGS4 from the PS3 jail with New Collection, because what else would they put in that Volume 2 collection? I think they've actually confirmed. I think there was a key art, not a box art, but a key art, a graphic conveying the spirit of the product that showed Metal Gear Solid 4 with Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid 5. I don't think Portable Ops was included on the list. I don't think Metal Gear Rising Revengeance was included on the list either, but that one absolutely, positively should be. Metal Gear Rising feels so natural to play after Metal Gear Solid 4. They fold right into each other. If you really want to play through the Metal Gear Solid series in a proper order, you should play Metal Gear Revising, after MGS4 and before Metal Gear Solid 5. It even feels like the gameplay systems evolve on that sort of trajectory, where in Metal Gear Rising you oftentimes smash that left trigger when you want your character to suddenly look in a different direction. And that's what you do in Metal Gear Solid 5, and in the new style here on Delta. Oh yeah, they're forgetting Metal Gear Acid. We had a heat wave in the Pacific Northwest that straight up led to a lot of deaths of mostly elderly people, so I imagine how much havoc could happen in the South, especially if infrastructure took a hit like Texas that one way. Oh, the other thing that happens in the South, this really is just Atlanta. In Atlanta, if it snows during the summer, if it snows during the winter, people die. There's some old people who are going to rely on some kind of infrastructure that will go down when and I say not when, not if, because since it feels like it happens like clockwork every maybe 5 to 10 year window, there will be a big blizzard in Atlanta, the snowpocalypse, and the elderly people who depend on medicine delivery and Meals on Wheels will not be able to get their medicine and their... I always forget about Peace Walker. They will probably add Twin Snakes to the Switch 2 GameCube app when Volume 2 comes out. Don't get your hopes up. Wait, yeah, also with Twin Snakes there's licensing issues. That was that was not a Konami game. That was a Silicon Knights game. They got a license from Konami to make a Metal Gear. So they'd have to work out the licensing issues. They might not want to. I don't think Twin Snakes is very highly regarded in general. Don't get your hopes up. It'd be hilarious if Twin Snakes somehow breaks out of Nintendo jail. The closest we get to Twin Snakes breaking out of Nintendo jail is Snake's appearances in Smash Brothers games. Alright, let's watch some movies.
What the?
Are they still moving? Volgan has the mass of a, like, aerogel feather.
Give it up already.
You can't defeat me. That all you've got?
Damn it.
Wait, what's that supposed to be? Gun. Oh, it's everything.
That's a dirty trick.
You coward! Boss! Hold your fire!
Come out, Jack. It's over.
This reminds me of playing Connect 4 in the Super Bunny Hop Super Discord.
Snake!
Twilight Princesses. Oh no, is that all we got this time? Jeez, there's a lot left for not a lot of game left. Okay. The hallways with the incredibly beautiful legacy angle. Sashi. Krasengrad torture room. Crew soldier equipped with a radio. I wonder if I could get that with the Rykov disguise on. Okay. There's two I might be able to get before having to sit through another 30-minute Kojima cutscene that'll change the game state of these areas. Because, yeah, guard patterns are going to change as the story progresses here. I hope these guards with the films don't go away. And then we got... This one's going to be... Wait. Oh, yeah, that one's going to be interesting. Oh, I'm looking forward to this one. Usually just run away from the combat instead of actually screw around with the guards. That'll be fun. Brew soldier patrolling the weapons lab, main wing. Yeah. I think I know who that might be. I don't know who this might be. Sounds fun. I don't know who this might be. That sounds fun. It's not Johnny. I don't think Johnny has a radio. And if it was Johnny, I think they would say so, because he's distinctive. He has his own model. He has the J. And this one might be interesting because I would have to not trigger the cutscene and lure him away from the wall. Because you've got to hold them up from behind and then circle around to their front, which means that you have to manipulate the AI to stand in a place where you get access to their back and front and enough room to do a little circle around them. It's cool. It's cool stuff. Neat. Yeah. All right. What a fun stream. That was a good one. I'm actually going to be kind of sad to play a spooky game or something on Friday instead of full Metal Gear. Oh well.